do we have resource persons who are new this afternoon? Yes, if you could please acknowledge them first. Yes, salamat.
Good afternoon, everyone. The committee would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons. From the Department of Tourism, we have Director Virgilio Magigad.
Present.
From the Department of Health, we have Undersecretary Emmy Lisa Perez-Chong. From the Department of Interior and Local Government, we have Ms. Lobesita Daumar. From the Department of Information and Communication Technology, we have Undersecretary Sara Sison. Assistant Secretary Ryan Te. From the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, we have Director Rojun Hostilios. Then Mr. Dan Joshua Balenton. From the Council for the Welfare of Children, we have Undersecretary Angelo Tapales, together with Attorney Brian Thomas Santamaria and Mr. Alvin Herrera. Then from the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Maria Shelo Portento. From the Philippine Statistic Authority, we have Ms. Karen Joyce Barao-Dan. Then Attorney Frederick Sagarino. Then from the National Privacy Commission, we have Attorney Maria Teresita Patola.
Good afternoon.
From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, we have the Director Mary Grace Arboladura and Ms. Carolina Noida. Then from the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Ms. Catherine Alpay. From the National Coordinating Center Against OSAEC and OSAEM, Attorney Stephanie Garay. Then Attorney Cesji Ann Mabel Angeles. Then we have Supervising Agent Maria Rosalie Laguardia. From the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we have Ms. Heidi Ganggang Ang, Attorney Maria Corazon Belhera Cordero, Attorney Catherine May Devesa Lau. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Patrick Arnold Tetanco. Then from the Philippine Red Cross, we have J. Lord Abrigado and Attorney Rio Eshihara. From the Philippine Life Saving Society, Mr. DJ Salonga. From the Philippine Hotel Owners Association, we have Mr. Benito Bengson. And from the Hotel and Restaurant Association of the Philippines, we have Attorney Nika Janine Nasilia. From the Child Protection Network, from the marine biologist leader and co-founder of the Philippine Jellyfish Sting Project, we have Dr. Sheldon Ray Buco. Then from the marine and jellyfish from the Science Research Specialist, Summer State University, we have Miss Christine Gloria Grace Capidos. From the Ocean Environments Task Force, DNR, we have Mr. Joseph Ellis Comendador. From the, we have the parents of Sandy Garubillas, Mr. Edward and Sarah Garubillas. Then from the META, we have Attorney Gio Tingzon and Mr. Rob Abrams. From the Deep Web Connect, we have Mr. John Renzel Villamayor and Mr. Luis Angelo Talatala. From Globe Telecom, we have Attorney Joseph Marcontento. From Smart Communication, we have Attorney Roy Ibay. From the Philippine Legislature Committee on Population and Development Foundation, we have Miss Maria Aurora Kilala. From the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children Child Rescue Coalition, we have Attorney Jewel de la Cruz. From the International Justice Mission Philippines, we have Attorney Noel Ebalie. Then from the Psychological Association of the Philippines, we have Dr. John Manuel Cliachco. From GCash, we have Attorney Mark Anthony Amurao, Attorney Ronel Benaventura. From the Stairway Foundation, we have Miss Israel Deloy and Miss Mary Marlet Saladino. From the Philippine Survival Network, we have Alias Smart. Then from the Amlacas Corporation, we have Attorney Maria Roda Cisnero. Then from the National Coordinating Center, we have Attorney Lana Dominguez Sanchez. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ComSec. Okay, so let's begin with our first set of resource persons. And pasukin muna natin yung isang unang tema for the amendments to our anti-OSAEC CSAEM law. Victim protection muna tayo. So I'd like to begin with the DSWD, who will be speaking for the department. Kayo po, Director Mary Grace. Okay, thanks, ma'am. So, based on your work with child victims and survivors, anong gaps pa yung natitira sa current legal framework natin na these gaps or filling of the gaps that should prevent the re-traumatization of children, self-generated CSAEM, o kaya delayed access to services? At paano yung current Senate Bill 1588 na kinoconsider natin? Paano ito dapat i-refine para siguruhin natin na mas consistently child-centered yung response natin?
Thank you very much, a good senator, for that question. You mentioned in your introductory speech that the framework for the amended or the refined anti-OSAEC and CSAEM law should be both preventive and responsive. Our experience for the past 2 years have shown that the current bill is more on the responsive side, especially as it is only a substructure of Interagency Council Against Trafficking, which is housed under the Department of Justice, which, naturally would be more law enforcement driven and more investigative and prosecution driven. So with that, the framework should gear more towards making it more child-centric, more victim-centric, and more on the preventive aspect. We have several proposals for that, but at least to start the conversation, I would just like to point out that general observations. So again, we must shift to a more victim-centered and prevention-focused approach. Next, we must also strengthen the provisions from victim protection and aftercare. So again, Madam Senator, our experience or our observation is that it's really heavily focused on going after the perpetrators, reporting, which is not bad. It's just that we should, now that we're on the enhancement part, we should now move or extend our focus more on the prevention and the protection and aftercare. And for the AI-generated CSAEM, I think I would leave it up to our experts on the technical and the technology and communications field. As for we have noticed also an increase in self-facilitated OSAEC and self-generated CSAEM. So I'd like to emphasize that in the present framework, since it is under an Interagency Council Against Trafficking, focus is on the trafficking aspect of OSAEC and CSAEM. Trafficking meaning there's an exploitation part or there's an intermediaries involved. But we must note that there has been a rise in cases wherein children themselves produce CSAEM and facilitate OSAEC. And we've noticed as well that it cuts across social classes. It's not anymore limited to the those on the lower social class. And in so doing, we must still treat them strictly as victims, even though there's no technically exploitation or trafficking involved. Still, they should be treated as victims. As to regulation of social media platforms, again, I will have to leave it up to the NCC or on the regulation side. But let me just emphasize again, ma'am, you've mentioned this before, and I would like to emphasize it more to bring the discussion of safety by design, we should make it more more common, or it should be the trending keywords or buzzword when it comes to regulation of social media platforms. By safety by design principle, it means that it's, again, prevention focus. The prevention aspect of it is built in the system of our social media platforms and not just a mere afterthought. And more importantly, in terms of administrative aspect, we would have to keep on pushing as to the creation of permanent plantilla positions. This has always been a problem in all government programs, and anti-OSAEC and CSAEM drive is no exception. The institutional knowledge of people who work with this advocacy should be preserved. And at the moment, most of our allies or workers in the government are just under a contractual of service item, and it's really a cause for concern. As to the institutionalization of our reporting systems, such as the Makabata Helpline, I will leave it to the Council for the Welfare of Children. As to the institutionalization of PICAC, or the Philippine Internet Crimes Against Children Center, I will leave it to the NCC for further discussion. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have at least one follow-up question for you at this point, Director. But COMSEC, I failed to ask you to administer the oath to any new resource persons here before we continue with Director Mary Grace. So please.
May I request those who have not taken their oath during the last hearing to please stand up, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the committee. Thank you. You may now take your seat.
Salamat, COMSEC, and again, thank you to our new resource persons. Before going on to our other agencies and CSOs and child rights advocates, Director Mary Grace, just one follow-up. In making our bill more responsive, more child-centric, and also more cognizant of the self-generation or self-facilitation by children in CSAEC and OSAEM. You also mentioned at the start that right now, substructure lang ito under the DOJ. So, are you already, may nakikinig na ba kayong institutional adjustments in terms of the structures that should lead government's response to these issues?
At the very least, Senator, it should, well, at least it's the position of the department to take it out of the operation of Interagency Council Against Trafficking. So first, there's the DOJ, right? So under the DOJ, there's a substructure, or there's a program, there's an office, Interagency Council Against Trafficking, or IACAT. NCC is still further under IACAT. So at the very least, it is proposed to carve out NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM, carve it out of the IACAT, at least put it on an equal level with IACAT. And as to whether or not it should be under the DOJ, we have not thoroughly discussed it, but there's a discussion, or I think it's important to surface the discussion of whether it should be housed, or or it should be housed or returned under the DSWD, because for the information of the body, the Interagency Council before NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM was housed under the DSWD. I think it was the Interagency Council Against Child Pornography. But it's just a discussion. I think it's just an internal proposal on our part. We have not thoroughly discussed it with the DOJ or the NCC, OSAEC, or with the IACAT. But it should be up there for discussion.
So malamang isang matinding pag-uusapan sa technical working group. But that's okay. At least na-flag nyo na. And please take note, dear colleagues, bagamat hindi pa nare-refer sa Senate Committee on Women and Children, just yesterday, Senator Raffy Tulfo filed also for our next bill to be discussed, Senate Bill 1673, ensuring the safety and protection of children while on vacation, engaging in leisure, and participating in any other activity. So, bagamat hindi pa natin mapag-uusapan later, let's just please keep that in mind in the next hour or so. Okay, we may return to DSWD later, pero sa ngayon, could we also hear from the Council for the Welfare of Children? So, Yusek Tapales. Kayo po, ano yung, and also building on the comments already made by Director Mary Grace, how do you think we can make this bill more responsive, even proactive, building on the point she's already raised, for children who are victimized by and or participating in OSAEC and CSAEM?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po, isang makabatang hapon po sa ating lahat. We have submitted our position paper, but to give everybody a sneak peek of what we provided as comments, first of all, Madam Chair, I think it's really very important that this particular bill securitized OSAEC or raised it to the level of a security concern, not just a child participation concern. When you securitize an issue, Madam Chair, the natural tendency is for everybody to prioritize it, whether this is public safety or national security. When you elevate OSAEC on a level affecting national security or public safety and security, that justifies a whole of government and whole of society approach. So the inclusion of OSAEC, or the mention of OSAEC and CSAEM to the level of a national security threat is really very important, and it sets the pace of this particular bill, and its direction in relation to the proposed amendments. Secondly, Madam Chair, based on our experience, the mention of artificial intelligence, deepfakes, and other forms of technology, which have been covered in part of by our existing OSAEC-CSAEM Act. But when you say artificial intelligence, of course, there are many differing opinions when you say AI. Some would say it's when OSAEC or CSAEM is generated through AI, and there are two types, Madam Chair. Existing pictures with real people being altered through artificial intelligence, and completely original pictures created by AI, pictures of children. There are differing opinions, but of course, the Council for the Welfare of Children's position is that these are covered by the Anti-OSAEC-CSAEM Act. But of course, this amendment removes all the doubt, because in the existing version of the law, AI, to our mind, is covered by first, the definition of child, which includes computer-generated, digitally, and manually crafted images. This particular bill expands on that definition and really defines AI and similar technologies. So there will be no doubt that when CSAEM is generated by AI and it involves the child, whether a real child or an AI, completely original AI-created child, it constitutes online sexual abuse. The strengthening of the NCC OSAEC-CSAEM, I know the Anti-OSAEC-CSAEM Act became law only or entered into force only in July 2022. The people at the NCC OSAEC-CSAEM is still in the process of hiring people and doing its mandate under the original law, strengthening them from the national level up to the regional levels will, of course, strengthen our fight against OSAEC. My only minor comment, Madam Chair, is that currently OSAEC trafficking, VAUSI, and other concerns are handled by the LCAT VAUSIs. So from the regional level, city municipality, provincial city municipality levels, there are LCAT VAUSIs, Madam Chair. And if I remember correctly, there is a recent DILG joint memorandum circular, which was, I think, recently approved by the IACAT, discussing and enumerating the functions and the roles of these LCAT VAUCs. Perhaps there is a need to harmonize what the bill is proposing with what is already existing. While of course we agree that there is a need to strengthen the NCC, OSAEC, and CSAEM, and perhaps even create a regional presence. No? But when you talk about violence against children, Madam Chair, which includes OSAEC, the original committee under the DOJ is the Committee on the Special Protection of Children. And of course, they are mandated to implement and monitor the implementation of Republic Act 7610, which is our anti-child abuse law. It's a 1992 law, Madam Chair, but I think the committee was not created under that law, but only through an executive order. The CSPC, led by the DOJ, is in the process of revising that executive order to strengthen that committee. That's the mother committee when you talk about violence against children. When you talk about trafficking, of course, we know that there's the IACAT, and under the IACAT, there's an NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM. So while we agree that giving NCC, OSAEC regional presence, perhaps we should also study if we can piggyback their functions or what they will do to existing interagency committees and bodies. And why is that, Madam Chair? 2 days ago, we met with the Ateneo Human Rights Center and, of course, with UNICEF support. They are in the process, of course, with the Council for the Welfare of Children, they are in the process of determining how to harmonize interagency committees and councils, because there are a lot, Madam Chair. And most of them have conflicting and not conflicting, redundant, overlapping, and sometimes conflicting functions. So the thrust of the government is really, of course, we included that in the Magna Carta of Children and the Philippine Commission of Children, but sort of that, Madam Chair, since we did not get that law, the thrust of the government and even the private sector is really to harmonize what we have. So one of the comments in the one of the findings in the research is that people have this have this tendency to create numerous bodies, task forces, whatever, offices, when perhaps the first step to take is to check if there are existing committees and subcommittees or interagency mechanisms already competent to handle a particular concern. So while we agree with the strengthening of the NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM, and the hiring of additional people, perhaps we need to check existing structures too. With respect to financial intermediaries, Globe FinTech is here. Maybe and of course PLDT Smart, and perhaps the AMLAC is also here, because there are also concerns, Madam Chair. The current anti-CSAEM, OSAEC CSAEM Act already mandates internet intermediaries and financial intermediaries to do certain acts under the law. But the problem is, up to the last NCC OSAEC regular meeting, I think there are still agencies tasked to create guidelines for these sectors have yet to finalize the guidelines. And of course, the Anti-OSAEC CSAEM Act was enacted in July 2022. We signed the implementing rules and regulation in May 2023, and it's already 2026, Madam Chair. So that's one of the gap, Madam Chair, because the government itself, the interagency body, and perhaps even the private sector participating, has yet to produce vital implementing guidelines. That's why we always, of course, we agree with our private sector partners that there should be safety by design, telecoms, financial and internet intermediaries, payment system providers, PSPs under the law, should self-regulate and self-police. But some of them, perhaps some would agree with me, I interviewed some of them, are self-policing blindly because these implementing guidelines are supposed to set standards, Madam Chair, and to guide them. But I commend particularly PLDT Smart, and Globe FinTech is also here. They're really self-policing. The problem with the problem, perhaps they should state their problem. I'll just continue with my observation. So we need to really have clear and easy to understand guidelines so that we can guide financial and internet intermediaries, Madam Chair. When it comes to law enforcement cooperation, we fully support the institutionalization of the PICAC, Madam Chair. In my OSAEC research key informant interviews, ito po yung isa talagang observation. It's like an ad hoc body now with the Philippine and foreign law enforcement counterparts. It is really very effective, but of course, if we do not institutionalize it, their hands are tied, of course, when it comes to manpower, to budget, to training, cooperation, whatever. So we really need that, Madam Chair. Aside from that, the AI angle is very good because, as I mentioned earlier, currently we only bank on the definition of the child in the current law. We sometimes argue that it is an internet-based sexual exploitation, which of course covers deepfake. But if you read the definition there, Madam Chair, is somewhat limited. That's why the definition here is much clearer, and I think it will help the DOJ and law enforcement agencies. We also cite the sexualization of children when it comes to original AI created CSAEM, not involving real child. So at the very least, it's a form of sexualization of children, which is defined under Section 3Z of the law and penalized under Section 4. But of course, with the clarification given by the current bill, I think mas maganda po yung magiging investigation. Ano pa ba? Cooperation, of course, with our regional and international cooperation, Madam Chair, is very important because OSAEC and the proliferation of CSAEM, or the production of CSAEM, of course, is a transnational crime. It involves many countries. It crosses borders. In the Philippines, we are one of the countries with the best laws and regulation. And our Anti-OSAEC CSAEM Act, as currently worded, is one of the trailblazing laws which our neighbors would want to emulate. But, of course, while we focus on the supply side, which is the Philippines, we fail sometimes, or we are lacking in the demand side of things, which of course involves our neighbors within the region, or even demand side countries outside ASEAN. So I think that's something that we have to really focus on, and perhaps help the DOJ, the NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM, and even our law enforcement officers improve that aspect. Kasi ma'am, yung regional and international cooperation, of course we have the MLATs, Mutual Legal Assistance Treaties. We have mechanisms like that. But through the PICAC, our law enforcement agencies cooperate, not just in terms of evidence sharing, intelligence sharing, but also in terms of training and capacity building, Madam Chair. Of course, the limitations of the PNP, the NBI, would be reduced if we will get support from our regional international partners. So so far, that's only my comment as of now, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Yusek Tapales. As we move forward for best use of our time, I encourage our resource persons, let's focus on each theme in turn. We'll go through about 5 themes. So for now, focus po tayo sa child protection, and then please submit your comments on other points in writing. Bukod sa child protection, dadaanan din natin yung enhanced law enforcement tools, the private sector in general, interagency coordination, and of course AI and other emerging technologies. Okay? So, who is here please from UNICEF? Sabi kanina ni Yusek Tapales, trailblazing yung batas natin. Could you address the question of child protection also in terms of ano ba yung best practices dito sa ating rehiyon o sa mundo? Are there pilots, models we should be also looking at in terms of improving this bill? Sino po nandito for UNICEF? Meron bang UNICEF dito? Wala. Okay. Let's move on to another resource person then. International Justice Mission. Attorney Ebalia, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Since we're talking about victim protection and prevention, one of the very unique additions in Senate Bill 1588 is the inclusion of safety by design. And it's already been mentioned by Yusek Tapales and Director Mary Grace that This is very critical, the safety by design, especially in institutionalizing safety by design in the system itself or in the already an existing technology perhaps or a platform that enables the detection of CSAEM, whether it's AI, that prevents it from being transmitted on the device itself or in the platform. Of course, there are many questions, very complicated questions on that, such as the question of privacy and whether it is intrusive to the privacy of the person that is using the device. But I think it's good for the committee to explore the possibility of institutionalizing or mandating those safety by design technologies into platforms or into the device itself. I know that Australia, there is an Australian company that has a platform that when it is installed in a mobile device, for example, it detects the CSAEM without informing it to law enforcement, which because there are questions whether it is intruding into the privacy and whether it reports directly to law enforcement. So I know that there's an existing technology that detects CSAEM and just prevents it from being shown on the screen or prevents it from being transmitted. So my thought on that is to explore whether it is possible to include that in the bill or whether it's possible, because I know that there are many countries that are thinking of institutionalizing that in their laws as well, but it's a complicated issue, so probably the Philippines can be a trailblazer in that way. So that would be my thoughts on that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Abalie. Will it be Ms. Au for PLCPD? Okay, thank you. So baka pwedeng i-contrast at ihambing at i-contrast din sa mga katulad na councils in other countries and how they're moving forward on improving child protection through legislation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you for inviting the PLCPD and Child Rights Network. As I share our position paper, I'd like to premise that this is an account shared with us by a member of the Child Rights Network during the consultations. This member of the Child Rights Network has also assisted the victim survivor. So I would like to share the story. This is already summarized and has no details, just to help us see the challenges and address these challenges as the committee amends the RA 11930. In August 2024, and there's already a law, there was already a law by that time. AJ, not her real name, a 13-year-old girl from a major city in Mindanao, received a friend request on social media from an unknown individual who introduced herself as HD and said that she came from Central Luzon, and with limited parental supervision and insufficient awareness on digital safety, AJ accepted this friend request. What began as a casual online conversation soon developed into regular communication through a messaging platform. And over continuous online exchange, over days, HD deliberately gained the trust of AJ by persistently asking about her family and other personal circumstances, questions that AJ answered openly and without any suspicion. And after a month, by September, HD escalated the interaction, asking AJ to send a topless photo of herself in exchange for 1,000 pesos. For a child whose father is a farmer and whose mother works overseas as an OFW, the amount was significant and also tempting. Shortly thereafter, HD sent AJ a sexually explicit video of herself and told AJ, "Pwede ka ring magganyan, bibigyan ulit kita ng 1,000 pesos. HD then provided detailed instructions on how AJ could record a similar video. Exploiting AJ's vulnerability, HD coerced the child into producing and sending a sexually explicit video. AJ complied, but the promised payment never came. So this is another case. Realizing she had been deceived, AJ blocked HD. But on September 28, a few days after, one of AJ's classmates informed her that a nude photo of her was circulating online. The CSAEM had been shared among classmates and eventually reached the family members of AJ. The rapid spread, or the viral spread of the material, caused AJ severe psychological distress and subjected her family to intense shame and social stigma. Unable to bear the continued humiliation and community pressure, the family had to relocate to another municipality. The following month, with the assistance of a child rights organization, AJ's family reported the incident to the PNP, and in their new location, they were referred to the Municipal Social Welfare and Development Office and advised to return to their former municipality to file the complaint. And there, they were informed that the local PNP lacked the necessary equipment and technical capacity to trace the perpetrator. And so while Republic Act 11930 and its accompanying multi-year strategic plan established a comprehensive legal framework to address OSAEC and CSAEM, AJ's case underscores the uneven and often ineffective implementation of the law at the local level. Persistent challenges such as limited access to digital forensic tools, inadequate training of local law enforcement in handling online crimes, and technological constraints at the local level continue to obstruct timely investigation and accountability. Weak referral pathways, unclear interagency coordination, and fragmented service delivery further delay protection and justice for child victims. Compounding these systemic gaps are low levels of digital literacy among children, parents, and caregivers, exacerbated by poverty and economic insecurity, which heightened the children's vulnerability to online exploitation. And for these reasons, PLCPD and CRN fully support the call to amend the bill to strengthens the NCC OSAEC CSAEM's capacity to deliver equal, timely, responsive, and coordinated actions to children across the country. We support the strengthening of the NCC OSAEC CSAEM and expanding its presence to the regional, and also echo the call of USEC Tapales to strengthen the local mechanisms or local bodies that are counterpart of these interagencies at the national level. AJ's experience is not an isolated case. We have several cases documented coming from our partners nationwide. And during the consultations for the development of the strategic plan, with children across Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and even BARM, participants were asked by our facilitators, whom do you turn to first when you have a question in mind, any question? Peers, parents, teachers, the school, or the internet? And nearly all answered, first it's the internet. And when asked why, children shared that the internet does not judge and it's accessible. It offers anonymity, instant answers, and seemingly limitless information. Yet, the same space, when left unregulated and when children are left unprotected, it becomes the gateway for exploitation. And AJ's story is a stark reminder that laws alone do not protect children, but effective implementation does. And amendments to R.A. 11930 must therefore go beyond the intent and address operational realities now that it is more than 3 years old, strengthening frontline law enforcement capacity, ensuring access to appropriate digital forensic tools, clarifying referral and coordination mechanisms, and investing in sustained digital literacy for children and their families. This is for prevention. At the community at large are critical implementation areas that must be looked into, because every delay, every gap, and every missed opportunity for intervention carries real and sometimes irreversible consequences for children like AJ. A truly child-centered legal framework must be responsive, accessible, and functional where it matters most, at the community level, where children live, learn, and also they go online. PLCPD urges the Senate to ensure that amendments of the law close these gaps decisively. And in closing, please allow us to thank the Office of Senator Hontiveros and the DOJ, NCC, OSAEC Secretariat, and the advocates in this room for the unmatched concern on this issue. And we express also our commitment to continuously participate in discussions and technical working groups. We will submit our specific comments on the provisions of the bill in a separate position paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Au. Ang dami ng very concrete points na pwedeng i-detalye, i-finalize sa technical working group. Thank you. Habang nagsasalita kayo, Ms. Au, about the story of alias AJ, I could see also alias Mark every once in a while nodding his head. So pwede ko ba kayong hingian ng ano yung gusto nyong sabihin sa komiteng ito about the amendments to the law in relation to your own experience and learnings, insights from those experiences?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark. I'm from the Philippine Survivor Network, and a survivor of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Yes, I truly believe that OSAEC said to police, like, if there's a gap, there's always a child to become a victim. Like sa akin po, sa aking case po is, I was 8 years old that time. I was abused by my relatives, uncle and aunt. And then I was rescued when I was 16 years old. So 80 years that time. If we have a law that time that sana naagapan agad, na-rescue agad kami. Na-rescue kami doon sa Cebu. We are 15 bata, and then nakakalungkot lang kasi we are in the Philippines. Here in the Philippines, mahina yung justice system natin. And then until now, may perpetrator is hindi pa rin siya nagot kasi parang kulang pa po ang evidence po. Yes po.
I'm very sorry to hear that. Sana, Mark, umusad po yung pagsuporta sa paghahanap mo ng katotohanan at hustisya, and so that you'll have a better resolution and closure dito sa napakasakit na karanasan mo. And maraming salamat for still joining us and contributing to the discussion.
You're welcome po, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
salamat ng
Thank you po.
marami. Okay. Could we hear now from the Child Rescue Coalition? Attorney Jewel. Yes, ma'am. So ano po yung based din sa mga karanasan ni na alias AJ, alias Mark, ano po yung nakikita ng coalition nyo? The ways to close the gaps and further sharpen the bill so that it is more responsive but also proactive and preventive as well.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Just 3 things no, in relation to child protection and connected to the experiences of the survivors. First would be, and I've mentioned this also, no, that there needs to be that recognition from our government that OSAEC CSAEM is a nuanced crime. It's a special kind of crime that, because of its nuances, requires also a specific and limited approach. Kaya makikita ko po, no, o nakikita po natin sa bill na naka-draft ay maraming mga portions doon are about responding to the crime in its own specific and limited matter. Doon po sa mga connections on the acts that are required from the financial and the technological industries, they're limited to addressing OSAEC because it is a nuanced crime that's time-bound that requires that limited approach. Then it brings me to that second point that specific to Mark's and alias Mark's point and AJ alias AJ's point, different wala yung pictures mo sa internet. They don't naman fully understand, many of them, the concept of makukulong yan ng ganitong katagal na taon. To them, sometimes it's as simple as basta hindi makita ng mga classmates ko, lalo na pag lumaki na ako, yung pictures ko on the internet. That recognition that there are different definitions of justice sa perspective ng mga children survivor. And the third one is relates also to this point on prevention and prosecution, that sana, no, from the perspective of the different agencies working on the crime, that there will be a lesser, if not complete non-reliance on the victim survivor in order to prove a crime that it had happened. Sometimes kasi what happens from different perspectives of stakeholders ay nangyari ba ang OSAEC? Ano bang sabi ng bata? From one stakeholder to another, tatanungin ang bata paulit-ulit. And that is not child-friendly. It's not in the best interest of a child. Sana nga kung isang beses lang, no, that would include the use of videotaped in-depth interview, forensic interview, that perspective that we could go on with investigating and prosecuting the case without solely relying on the child in order to prove the crime, identify other survivors. There are already steps towards that. Pasok ulit ako dun sa role of private sectors. If we have the financial documents to prove it, if we have the digital footprints online of this crime, pwede na nating matuloy yung investigasyon at ma-prove yung krimen at eventually makuha yung definition of justice ng mga bata by still protecting this best interests of the child. That's it for me, from me, Senator Risa. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din, Attorney Jewel. I think that was so important. I haven't heard it often, pero na different children, different definitions of justice. So siguro yung isa sa mga hahanapin nating mabuo sa technical working group ay paano laging i-incorporate yung achievement ng definition of justice nung bata, case per case, paano ito pagsasamahin sa definition of justice na we will propose to society, given ano yung norms, and over time sana through progressive legislation, pataas ng pataas ito or paayos ng paayos, paano pagsasamahin na society that we will commit ourselves to a certain definition of justice na pagsusumikapan nating ma-achieve, and laging kasama doon yung definition of justice ng bata. Okay, maraming salamat po para doon. And maybe last but not the least, for this first thematic round on victim protection, could we hear from the Stairway Foundation? Yes, Mr. Diloy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. First of all, maraming salamat po ulit for continually involving Stairway Foundation in these discussions. We've been part of the previous technical working groups on for RA 11930. In general po, we do agree with the provisions of the current SBN because we have submitted these exact recommendations as well. And we are happy to note that these has been reflected in this current version. Reviewing the current law and what is stated in the SBN, we saw two major gaps that we hope can be addressed. When RA 11930 was passed, it was, of course, a landmark legislation, and one good opportunity for safeguarding in general was the provision on the establishment of an OSAEC and CSAEM offenders registry list. So that was indicated in 11930 and again in the IRR. We've been part of a technical working group working closely with the NCC OSAEC CSAEM in elaborating guidelines for this registry. However, because of those experiences in the technical working groups, everyone realized in that group that medyo malaki yung gap in terms of what is stated in the law and the IRR. And thus we submitted a concrete recommendations on how this can be improved because it was absent in the SBN. So number one is, in the current law, there is a confusion or there is a gap in terms of identifying sino ba yung mapupunta doon sa registry. Vis-a-vis right now, the interpretation is only those convicted under RA 11930. However, globally, in terms of sex offenders registry, it doesn't make sense. Because globally, walang focus na registry only for OSAEC CSAEM offenders. It should be all child sex offenders, whether it's technology facilitated or non-technology facilitated. So imagine a situation wherein if we manage to set up the registry and someone is convicted of violating the Safe Spaces Act or Republic Act 7610, technically, it might be difficult to put that person into the sex offenders registry. And so we see that huge gap. Second point, in its current form, the OSAEC CSAEM Offenders Registry is only a database per se. There is opportunity for safeguarding in terms of sharing of information amongst agencies. However, again, that is very open to interpretation, and we've been performing mental gymnastics in that TWG to figure out, pwede ba nating dagdagan ng safeguarding measure? So the opportunity is to finally elaborate in this amendment, ano ba talaga dapat yung sakop ng registry in terms of scope? Ano yung pwede at hindi pwedeng gawin ng mga nasa registry? And thus, what we recommend is to explicitly include safeguarding provisions on the use of the registry. Because again, globally, registries are not set up in terms of only existing as databases. There should be a particular intent. Why do you set up a registry? And one clear intent is to, number one, ensure that the chances of recidivism decreases. Because we have to understand that there are two kinds of child sex offenders. You have purposive child sex offenders and you have situational. When we say situational, these are child sex offenders who, maybe because of certain circumstances, committed the crime. It doesn't excuse the act, right? Pero there are also offenders who, regardless of the situation, will be sexually attracted to children. And we have to recognize that fact. And thus, Child Sex Offenders Registry and the existing provisions to limit their interactions with children contributes to the overall safeguarding, because we know that yes, a person might be sexually attracted to a child, but if there are state barriers to prevent close interactions with children in workspaces, for example, then we help in that context of preventing recidivism. So that is one of our recommendations here, which we submitted, exact safeguarding provisions, also putting child caring or child serving institutions the accountability to check sino yung i-hire nyo. So that has to be written into the law itself. We have other provisions there. For example, number one, tier, defining tiers of offenders. In the current law, it has not been defined, or it has not been stated. So we were trying to discuss, can we include this? Because globally, again, there are tier levels of offenders. Someone who committed a certain crime should be accorded proportional limitations, for example. So those are concrete things that we've recommended, Madam Chair. That's for Section 37. And finally, for Section 37, renaming the Offenders Registry from OSAEC CSAEM Offenders Registry to the Philippine Sex Offenders Registry, or Philippine Child Sex Offenders Registry. So it can encompass all child sex offenders, not only OSAEC CSAEM. Last point to that is, this is recognition that there is, OSAEC and CSAEM does not exist in a vacuum in terms of the digital space. Many of the offending behaviors transcend the digital space and maybe start out in person. Or it can start out digitally and then transcend to in-person abuse. So we have to be holistic in that context. Then, Madam Chair, if I may, one last recommendation we have is on making OSAEC and CSAEM a byline, or something the whole society would be familiar of. When you say VAUSI, it's automatic. Many on the streets would say, I know what VAUSI is. So the challenge is, how do you saturate the public with that information? And of course, you can do sustained efforts like education efforts, but the idea of national celebrations is very important as well. And thus, in relation to that, one anchor that all of us bank upon is the Safer Internet Day celebration. Unfortunately, the Safer Internet Day celebration only tells that it should be celebrated during the second Tuesday of every February, and it was passed through a presidential proclamation. So, but based on experience and reality, Safer Internet Day is not only one day in the Philippines. We celebrate it for the whole month of February. So if that is the common practice, that is the reality, we were thinking, why not include this in this revision, institutionalizing the Safer Internet Month celebration instead. So it reflects actual and current practices. So Madam Chair, our recommendations have been submitted to the committee secretariat, and again, maraming salamat po for this opportunity.
Oh, maraming salamat, Mr. Dilo. You have an addition, Yusek Tapales, on child protection? Okay.
Madam Chair, very quick addition to what the past three speakers stated. While AI, machine learning systems, synthetic media, deepfake are already mentioned in the definition, included in the definition of the child. We also propose that we define these terms, Madam Chair, starting with AI, because from a prosecutorial point of view, legal perspective, it might be a loophole again, Madam Chair, if people can argue that it is not AI. So such definition should be easily understandable but broad enough to accommodate developing technologies or technologies that we will still see in the future, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat. So, with this first round, thematic round on child protection, pwede na nating simulang timbangin if have we achieved a kind of balance to what Director Mary Grace pointed out in the first place, more on responsive child protection, but also a greater or equal magnitude in terms of more proactive and preventive child protection. And I'm sure madadagdagan po natin yon as we go through the other four themes. Let's move now to the next one, enhanced law enforcement tools. So of course here we'll hear primarily from our law enforcers. Shall we hear first from the Philippine National Police? Yes,
good afternoon, Madam
yes,
Chair.
General. So, yung unang tanong po, from your experience no implementing RA 11930, ano po yung pinaka-significant na operational challenges that was already stressed by some of our resource persons in the child protection theme? Pinaka-significant operational challenges hinaharap nyo ngayon sa pag-imbestiga ng OSAEC, pati ng CSAEM cases, and to what extent na yung mga amendments na currently proposed dito sa Senate Bill 1558 ay pumupunta sa tamang direksyon no, para harapin yung mga hamon na ito?
Madam Chair, siguro I need to mention about yung payment service providers. We're hoping na sana it will also be applied sa kanila what we are proposing for the ISPs, wherein only written requests will suffice for them to provide us information.
And yung pagbabago na gusto nyong mangyari ay?
Sana even with just a written request coming from us, they will provide us with the information that we need for the conduct of investigation. Kasi currently, they would require us subpoena and court orders. And for the information of the chair, sa PNP po, there are only two authorized with subpoena powers, namely the Chief PNP and the Director of the CIDG. So, just to be specific for OSAEC cases lang, ma'am.
Please proceed, General. Ano pa yung
And then-
best ways na nakikita nyo harapin yung mga operational challenges in protecting children from CSAEC and OSAEM?
And the one that was mentioned by from the lady across me about the capability of the WCPDs on the ground, we really have to admit that OSAEC is being catered by the WCPC, or the Women and Children Protection Center, who is the specialized unit of the PNP to handle these cases. Currently, ma'am, there is a proposed bill for creating WCPC into group, which would cater to strengthening our capability, because at present we only have 3 field units strategically located on the 3 main islands of the Philippines. Luzon is co-located in Camcrame, Visayas field unit in Cebu, and Mindanao field unit in Zamboanga. So we work on operational capacity based on the jurisdiction of the cases that were referred to us.
Aling bill po ito, General?
May proposed bill po sa lower house na to strengthen WCPC to become a national support unit, which will allow us, because ang current setup, ma'am, we only have like authorized strength of 275, but we only have 220 at the moment. And with this proposed bill from the lower house, we will be authorized to have at least 700 more personnel to cater on both VAUSI cases and then trafficking, and specifically OSAEC. So,
And may counterpart bill na po dito sa Senate?
wala pa po.
Wala pa.
Hopefully,
okay,
ma'am.
the
with your
committee notes that.
indulgence.
Opo.
Thank you so much,
Please
ma'am.
proceed, General.
Okay. So, all the training capabilities are geared towards providing it to WCPC in Camcrame, and of course, we also strengthened the capability of our field units. And siguro po yung positive notes on the proposed bill, I also would like to mention. So by strengthening the obligations of the internet intermediaries and online platforms, including foreign-based entities, the bill will support law enforcement in securing timely reports, facilitating the removal of illegal content, and ensuring the preservation of digital data necessary for investigation and prosecution. The bill likewise support the PNP's prevention and early intervention efforts by emphasizing the role of the schools and other learning institutions in education, early detection and coordination with law enforcement and relevant government agencies. Kasi even how hard we conduct operations, if the community, if the schools are not aware of the red flags of OSAEC, then there really is a big gap. Then, the bill will also support the PNP in addressing the transnational dimension of OSAEC and CSAEM by strengthening international cooperation, enhancing the retention and cross-border sharing of evidence, and institutionalizing the Philippine Internet Crimes Against Children Center as the primary coordinating mechanism for international collaboration, thereby reducing jurisdictional limitations in law enforcement operations and investigations. Madam Chair, just to highlight, from its establishment last February 2019, PICAC has conducted a total of 324 operations, which resulted to 187 suspects arrested. We were also able to rescue 865 victims and secured 56 convictions. If enacted, the measure will significantly enhance the operational capability of the Philippine National Police to effectively detect, investigate, and respond to emerging online threats against children, and to protect their rights, dignity, and welfare. And just to add, while Mr. Deloy was discussing about the registry, I just would like to share our experience in WCPC, wherein we receive a lot of requests from PCTC, from the Bureau of Immigration, from our foreign law enforcement counterparts, that a registered sex offender is coming in. Just to be specific, for example, an Philippine-Australian dual citizen was convicted in Australia as a registered sex offender, and part of his penalty is to exit Australia. The BI will be informed of his arrival. We will be informed probably late or on most of the time on time before we act on their notice. But unfortunately, these RSOs do not provide exact address. And then they would tell us, the BI would request us to monitor. But how can we monitor if the address states there, Tarlac City? And in cases wherein they have provided specific addresses, when our police on the ground would check, there's no existence of such RSO. And we know for a fact that he is really a walking time bomb with access to children. I guess for the meantime, that will be all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, General. Could we hear now from the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center? Who will speak for the center here? Yes, Director Josilios, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for inviting the CICC.
Yes.
As we have heard po, a lot of these concerns pertains po to technology being the driving factor for these online abuses of children. The CICC is here to support moves on these proposals of law, and there is the technology pertaining to this, while complicated, and we always have a hurdle in this. It has been mentioned earlier that being in the internet, we would always have anonymity, and that is always the hurdle of law enforcement. But there are rules, there are technology that can help us, especially because yung mga partners natin sa platforms are also very cooperative in relation to OSAEC and CSAEM cases. And in fact, I am aware that most of the platforms operating in the Philippines has already on its own AIs and technology preventive of OSAEC and CSAEM materials. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Director Josilios. Who will speak for the NBI? Yes, ma'am. Supervisor,
Supervising Agent, Maria
Supervising
Rosalie,
Agent,
Your Honor.
Maria Rosalie. And ma'am, baka gusto nyo ring tumawid dito sa isa pang tanong, and the General may wish to return to it also for the PNP. The bill, I'm sure napansin nyo na, it contemplates more robust coordination between local and foreign law enforcement. So yung dagdag pong tanong sa puntong ito, ano pa ba yung namimiss natin? Hindi lang sa actual operations ngayon ng Bureau, ng Police, but kahit dito sa bill, ano pang namimiss natin that should improve yung kakayahan nating i-maximize or i-optimize yung coordination sa mga foreign law enforcement counterparts nyo? Sige po.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. First of all, we would like to commend this committee for coming up with this comprehensive bill that addresses the gaps and challenges that we encounter in investigating OSAI cases. Actually, ma'am, there's a lot of gaps and challenges that was addressed with the proposed bill. First of all, I will discuss first the gaps and challenges that was addressed by this proposed bill. First of all, is the inclusion of the duties and responsibilities of the training and education sector when it comes to reporting and cooperating with law enforcement agencies like NBI and PNP. Because previously we encounter a lot of problems when it comes to cooperation with schools. We encounter wherein they are not providing the information that we need because they were invoking this Data Privacy Act, which is actually there's a exemption when it comes to investigating cases that they should provide the information that we need. But with the inclusion of the duties and responsibilities of the education sector in the law itself, it will definitely facilitate the cooperation with the schools. Also, the inclusion of the personal knowledge when it comes to referral of foreign entities. It will definitely facilitate the application of the cyber warrant because it was defined here that personal knowledge with the evidence submitted, especially by NICMIC, will form part of the personal knowledge that we need in applying for a cyber warrant. Another is the institutionalization of the PICAC. As we have proven This is an effective avenue with regard to collaboration with foreign law enforcement authorities. So with the institutionalization of the PICAC, we can expect no legal impediment when it comes to cooperation with foreign law enforcement authorities. Also, the inclusion of the duty of the banking institution to provide the basic information to law enforcement authorities, particularly defining it as an exemption to the bank secrecy law or the foreign currency law or the BSP law, because previously they are invoking the bank secrecy law when we are requesting for the information. So with this inclusion in the bill, in the proposed bill, definitely it will facilitate our investigation. Also, the broadening of the duties and responsibilities of the ISPs and foreign intermediaries or platforms, especially requiring them to have a legal representative here in the country, and also requiring them to have an age verification control, as it will help us to address this end-to-end encryption that we are facing right now of these online platforms. So with this inclusion, we will definitely have some leeway on how to go about this investigation. Also, providing an alternative for mutual legal assistance, because here it was included that the information and the evidence could now be shared through this proposed bill. As we all know, Emily, is a long and burdensome process when it comes to providing evidence to our foreign law enforcement authorities. So with this provision, we will definitely facilitate the exchange of information and evidence. Likewise, the inclusion of maintaining a child for OSAEC purposes, it will help us bring to justice those who are hiding under the guise of parental authority or guardianship. So we really welcome this development. However, we have some reservation with regard to Section 4L, particularly when a law enforcement officer is posing as a child, as it may be considered as instigation. So we request this honorable committee to revisit this specific provision of the proposed bill. Finally, if it is not included in the proposed bill, or if I miss it when I read this bill, may we request this committee to consider including the retention of law enforcement officers who have undergone specialized training on OSAEC investigation for the period of at least 3 years in the units responsible for OSAEC investigation, because we need the continuity of our skilled derived from those training. If there's a continuous rotation of our investigation, definitely it will affect our investigation. I think that's all, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabi nyo that's all, but that's a lot. Salamat. It's very valuable. Natumbok nyo rin yung usapin ng coordination between our local and then your foreign law enforcement counterparts. Importante dahil the internet is a place for global public goods, but in the case of problems like OSAEC and CSAEM, nagiging scene of the crime din siya globally. So thank you. And well noted yung mga reservations nyo. Before I move on to the Anti-Money Laundering Council, follow-up question lang, Director Josilio sa CICC. Nabanggit kanina ni Attorney Jewel ng CRC na napakalaking bagay sa mga biktima yung dun sa definition of justice of the child, yung takedown ng OSAEC at CSAEM materials concerning them online. So, for the benefit of the public na nag-observe sa hearing na to, pwede nyo po bang ipaalala sa ating lahat, saan pwedeng mag-report ng CSAEC at OSAEM ngayon sa CICC at paano yung magiging proseso ng takedown?
Opo. With the CICC po, we have a 24/7 hotline na 1326, and that is also available po sa ating mga platforms, like we also have a messenger account. We also have we are also available in Viber and other messaging platforms. you can also report via our website sa cicc.gov.ph. These are open platforms for the public to be served. But if yun nga po, if they wanted someone to talk to, we have a hotline 1326 which is manned 24/7 by real persons, hindi po siya AI. So anytime po na meron tayong concerns on this, we can always reach out to the CICC and to our law enforcement partners as well. Pertaining po sa concern on taking down, actually po most of the platforms on their own, meron po silang mechanism on takedowns proactively. I would particularly cite po yung Meta, which is very, very active on OSAEC CSAEM. In fact, halos hindi na po natin nakikitaan ang platform ng OSAEC CSAEM materials. The problem lang po talaga is yung na-share din po kanina ni Ma'am Au is this is being passed on person to person, P2P. And yun nga po nagsispread sa mga sa society, sa schools in particular. And wala po tayong mechanism to take down those na pinapasa-pasa lang po. Kung nasa internet po, then definitely with the help of the ICT and the NTC, matitake down po natin yon. But when it's being passed on from one device to the other, and then ma-take down nga po natin, marami na hong copies yun, i-upload again sa internet. That is our usual concern. Kasi we may take this down on the certain material. However, pwede rin pong ma-upload ulit. And then, there goes the problem again, going from actual takedown to first base again, because of the re-uploading of those materials. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director. So baka kailangan tignan pati ng CICC, a combination of yung mga macro na preventive actions and responses with the different stakeholders, including the social media platforms, internet service providers, financial intermediaries, and maybe something like yung sinabi ni Attorney Ebali kanina, yung something that's, more micro, more granular, hindi lang platform-based but gadget-based.
Actually, Madam
having
Chair,
studied the privacy concerns raised
if
earlier.
I may, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Director.
Actually, dapat pong ma-enhance po natin yung pagpunta po talaga sa mga communities, the education, to the level of the families. Dun po ata may kulang din ho tayo. And admittedly po, may kulang din ho kami dyan, which is also part of our mandate, and we will do a better job in going into communities and sharing these preventive measures, especially pertaining to the cyberspace, cyber safety po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Titingnan din ng committee yan, i-consider talaga isama sa committee report. Yes, I thought I saw someone.
Sorry po.
Yes, Mark.
Yes po. Yes po, I truly believe that po na maganda din po yung talaga na ibaba po sa local government po yung maglagay po ng mandatory po na about sa law ng OSAEC po. Like we have case study po sa sa PSN po na we want to build or parang Madam Chair na parang curriculum po for every school po na dapat meron din po about sa anti-OSAEC po na para din malaman ng mga nasa lower na po na local government po para din malaman talaga nila na this is parang nangyayari to siya. Yun po yung gusto namin sa PSN po na magkaroon ng curriculum po sa school at saka sa barangay hall po. Thank you po.
Salamat, Elias Mark. I think that also relates to what I think Mr. Diloy said earlier na maging word of mouth na rin ang CSAEC at OSAEM tulad ng naging word of mouth sa atin yung Bausi. Okay, so last but not the least for this round, let's hear please from the AMLAC on law enforcement. Nandito ba yung AMLAC? Yes. Who will speak for the AMLAC? Attorney
Attorney Romel Trio, Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
from the AMLC.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having us here in this hearing. The Anti-Money Laundering Council, Your Honor, is in full support of the enactment of the amendatory bill, in the same way that it is in full support of the initiatives of the NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM in combating OSAEC, CSAEM, as laid down under the existing law. Now, on the part of the Anti-Money Laundering Council Secretariat, it has prepared its position paper, Your Honor, on the proposed amendatory act. But unfortunately, Your Honor, as a matter of internal protocol, this has to be approved by the Anti-Money Laundering Council itself, Your Honor. But we do expect, Your Honor, that this be approved by the Council no later than Monday of next week. And come this Friday, we will endeavor, Your Honor, to provide an advance copy of this position paper to the Honorable Committee. Now, insofar as the conduct of financial investigation, Your Honor, the AMLC feels that the mechanisms laid down under the AMLA, as well as its implementing rules and regulations and measures issued by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas on its covered institutions or covered persons, the same is adequate, Your Honor, to conduct an investigation on transactions relating to OSAEC, CSAEM. Yeah. That will be all as of now, Your Honor, for the AMLC.
Thank you, Attorney, and looking forward to the advance copy and then the final position paper on Monday. Nabanggit nyo na rin po yung Bangko Sentral, and we'll have the chance also to ask for their inputs pati dun sa actually pwede rin ngayon na, no, on the OSAEC portion. Okay. Sige. Could I please hear at this moment from the Bangko Sentral resource person?
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Ms. Heidi.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you for inviting the Bangko Sentral to take part in today's deliberation on SB number 1588, sponsored by the good senator. We welcome the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion aimed at strengthening the controls of BSP supervised financial institutions in the implementation of the AMLA. The bill's ultimate objective to safeguard the welfare and best interests of our children is one that the BSP fully supports. At the BSP, we recognize the rapid expansion of the digital ecosystem, which has accelerated both financial inclusion and innovation. However, it has also opened pathways for illicit activities, including cyber-enabled crimes, such as online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. These evolving risks require a dynamic approach and collaborative, risk-sensitive approach among regulators, law enforcement agencies, and legislators, including the financial sector. The BSP, ma'am, will submit its position paper after this hearing. Just a few comments when we browse through the SB 1588, specifically under Section 9C for the duties of payment service providers, or PSPs as they are called. The provisions on customer due diligence, transaction monitoring, and suspicious transaction reporting, including provision of red flags and typologies to PSPs, are already existing in the BSP AML regulations. And the BSP also issued BSP memorandum in 2020 for our supervised financial institutions, laying down regulatory expectations and typologies for them in terms of the adoption of risk management practices against OSAEC, CSAEM related transactions or transactions exhibiting OSAEC, CSAEM. We do note that there are still areas for improvement, such as in the conduct of their respective institutional risk assessment, particularly in the enhancement of their methodology to identify OSAEC CSAEM exposures, including documentary support for the results of their institutional risk assessment to support their finding or whether they have really low or high risk exposure for OSAEC, so that we as supervisors will be able to adequately assess the proportionality of controls adopted by the financial institutions to manage OSAEC CSAEM risk. Another area for improvement that we saw as a result of our examination for our supervised institution is the enhancement of their transaction monitoring systems, particularly the recalibration of alerts that should consider also small value transactions, particularly remittances, both domestic and international, including improvements in the investigation of customers with flagged transactions to establish if these transactions are really OSAEC or CSAEM related and not another predicate crime. As to the challenges identified, while we welcome the provision on temporary holding, similar to AFASA, we suggest that specific instances such as complaint from an aggrieved party, information from another financial institution should be identified in the proposed amendments or should be considered in the amendments when temporary holding will be enforced. Currently, some identified red flags, like a single remitter sending to multiple beneficiaries, might also pertain to another predicate offense under the AMLA. A registry of offenders would also be very beneficial to payment service providers, particularly when they conduct their screening during the onboarding or opening of accounts and during the periodic monitoring of their customers and their transactions. If PSPs have access to such registry, the offenders will not be able to open an account or will be flagged by the monitoring system when they do transactions with these PSPs. We also recognize the existence of a database of persons of interest available under the AMLC's PPP or public-private partnership. But the feedback we get from some of the financial institutions using the database mentioned the lack of identifiers, making it difficult for PSPs to establish if their customer is one and the same with the person listed in the POI database. It is also important for the financial intermediaries or PSPs to receive feedback from the AMLC based on the suspicious transaction reports that they have submitted already to the AMLC as a result of their monitoring, especially those identified already as related to OSAEC and CSAEM. That's all, Madam Chair, for the meantime.
Thank you, Ms. Heidi. So, halimbawa dun sa mga provisions na provided for na pala, halimbawa nitong BSP memo of 2020, pwedeng i-reflect as such na lang sa bill, no, na according to, etc., etc.
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, we will be issuing also an updated memorandum based on the results of the detailed review that we conducted last year, focusing on the risk management practices of the various types of financial institutions related to OSAEC and CSAEM risk.
That's great. Salamat po. And the final position paper of the Bangko Sentral will be given also by this Friday or by Monday?
Chair, we will discuss with our legal. We will try our best to submit this Friday.
Right, salamat po. And so before we leave this team, pwede na rin marinig yung National Privacy Commission. So it will be
Attorney
Maria
Batula,
Teresa.
Madam Chair.
Teresita.
Yes,
Yes,
Madam.
please. Baka gusto nyo ring mag-comment dun sa points ng ibang mga resource persons kung paano pagbabalansehin o kaya bibigyan ng some kind of exemptions or exceptions ba yung yung nire-require ng ating privacy laws in relation to OSAEC and CSAEM.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the National Privacy Commission an opportunity to participate in this deliberation. So we would like to state that the NPC expresses its support for the passage of this proposed act to amend the existing law as a timely and necessary legislative response to protect children from online sexual abuse or exploitation. And we would like to respectfully emphasize that the privacy should not be viewed as an obstacle to justice, enforcement, or public safety, but as a framework that strengthens public trust in the rule of law, especially in this proposed bill. Madam Chair, with regards to the provision on portal and platform as provided in the proposed amendment, we would just like to emphasize that because this involves processing of sensitive personal information, so we would just like to emphasize that it be made sure that privacy by design is embedded in all stages to safeguard personal data from unauthorized processing, and shall guarantee privacy by default so that only the minimum amount of personal data necessary for the purpose, function, and activity that is being processed by default and in relation to this law. Madam Chair, you said that later on we will be commenting on provision by provision, but to give you a initial comment, we looked at the line with regards to the processing under this law is considered lawful processing and disclosure. We share and we support, but we have reservation with regard to the context of automatic lawful processing, Madam Chair, because under the Data Privacy Act, there is the deference to the general privacy principles of proportionality, most especially for the purpose for which this law is being promulgated, and other data privacy principles of legitimate purpose and transparency and accountability, Madam Chair. So on those provisions, please allow NPC to submit its position paper and proposed or suggested revision to align it with the data privacy law, but not hampering or being prohibitive in relation to the purpose of this law, Madam Chair. And we also share the same observation with Mr. Diloy with regards to the registry, Madam Chair. We would like to manifest that we highly recommend that Section 37 of the old law be considered also in this proposed bill, because in Section 37 regarding the creation of OSAEC and CSAEM offenders registry, what specific offenses are encompassed under the term other sexual offenses. So it's broad, Madam Chair. It is recommended that the scope of other sexual offenses be explicitly defined to include all relevant crimes against children. Clear delineation of these offenses will enhance the registry's effectiveness in safeguarding children's rights and preventing reoffending. So also in the same provision in Section 37, Madam Chair, there is the phrase other relevant information. So we also respectfully recommend that phrase will also be clearly defined, Madam Chair, as if Section 37 would be considered in this amended law, Madam Chair. And in terms of information sharing, Madam Chair, we should emphasize that information sharing shall be allowed only to minimum extent necessary and again proportionate to the purpose, mandate, and function for which the law is issued, Madam Chair. That would be all for now, Madam Chair, and we manifest will be submitting as soon as possible the position paper of NPC.
Thank you, Attorney Maria Teresita. Hopefully, ang ang NPC sasali din sa technical working group kasi yung inyong mandate at yung ibang mandates na susubukan nating pagbalansehin sa bill
Yes,
ay
Madam
isa,
Chair.
isa sa pinaka-importante.
Thank you,
Oo.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to our next thematic round. So kasama ng private sector. So let's begin with... Tama ba itong spelling? Amlakas Corporation.
Madam Chair, good afternoon.
Attorney Maria Roda.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
I
Cisnero.
read that right?
So,
Okay.
picking up from AFLC, BSP, and NPC, while the amendments, of course, are being discussed, we'd also like to mention that the two executive directors of AMLC and NCC are actually also pursuing the idea of putting together an MOU that is within NPC's regulation for purposes of at least activating Section 36, the information sharing protocol aspect of Section 36. So within that premise, hopefully an MOU can at least move things along, mindful of the data privacy provisions that are provided therein. But just the same, we are also very much aware that Section 36 as drafted for purposes of the amendment is actually Section 36 on steroids. And we are definitely looking forward to the position papers of both BSP and AMLC. And to that extent, we are already also suggesting a sub-TWG within the TWG. That way, the actors and the regulators in charge of animating 36, in relation to Section 37, in coordination with law enforcers, can really better carve out a financial intelligence task force that are reflective of the needs of OSAEC CSAEM. Furthermore, it's also just important to locate and understand that the private sector can only best work with the FIs and the task forces through a PPP. And that is something that the executive directors of NCC and AMLC with BSP are also contemplating. Long way to go, but that is the kind of movement that we hope to see as the draft bill moves along. Lastly, we really also recognize that NTC's comments are also very, very critical. We do have a lot of regulators in the room that with loaded mandates, with loaded responsibilities, but they too struggle for purposes of also better finding out how they can increase plantilla positions within their institutions. And here we also appreciate UNICEF and NCC. They do have what they call an upcoming costed implementation plan workshop. That exercise might just really help them also better articulate the plantilla needs and right sizing needs, if any, within the regulatory bodies. Lastly, while AMLACAS cannot mention the participating FIs of stop payments abusing children, we really appreciate their participation because this will definitely inform AMLC and BSP along with NCC as we try to better define the IRAs needed and the typologies that should be moving along with, say, in relation to detection and disruption. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Attorney Maria Roda. I'm informed that you think aloud a lot in public about our financial intermediary. So, just one follow-up question starting from there. So you mentioned na there are FIs which have stopped payments. So, and very well noted also your recommendation about a sub-TWG. It's also touching to hear, very rare, that a private sector or CSO actor will also support the advocacy of government agencies regarding their plantilla. But of course, we cannot implement any amended law fully and well without enough good people, qualified, trained people. So, just one follow-up. Gaano ka-critical yung papel ng mga financial intermediaries, even social media platforms, even internet service providers sa pag-disrupt ng operations ng CSAEC and OSAEM?
Right now, at least for purposes of FIs, financial institutions, and payments, we are guided by the FATF report, which was issued in 2025 on live streaming sexual abuse of children. So it's the closest thing now to a report that really allows us to at least locate a shared language within the financial industry and payments in relation to disrupting and detecting payments. It is very groundbreaking in that sense as well, and we are actually reading it in relation to financial inclusion, another FATF report in financial inclusion, where they actually now arguing that financial inclusion and anti-money laundering and CT rules are supposed to support each other. AMLACAS works with FIs, with financial institutions. So we do work with financial institutions for purposes of their as covered persons, for instance. That way they can really better submit as meaningful STRs. But because the typologies in relation to OSAEC are very difficult to detect, these are really small amounts, which can be mistaken as remittances. Something that even the FATF report and in financial inclusion acknowledges. So within that framework, the very same tool used for financial inclusion is unwittingly then used for purposes of abuse and exploitation. So it will never be easy to just say stop payments. And here we really locate our project, a very small one, as a critical contribution. That way we can the regulators and the FIU can better craft the rules necessary that will to guide the FIs and the payments. In terms of social media companies, I think that too is where the Safer Internet Day celebration and kickoff becomes very, very important. We're really looking forward to NTC and DITC's study on age verification, because we'd be really just as curious as to their position. Are we officially are we mimicking Australia's approach, or are they going to really also experiment or explore other options? That would be all, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Please also include AMLACAS's participation in the technical working group if you can. Salamat po. Yes, Yusek Tapales, before we move on to the other private sector resource persons.
Madam Chair, just to supplement what Attorney Cisneros stated, the financial and technological or internet aspect of OSAEC are two very important pillars. That's why I keep harping about that the existence of guidelines, monitoring or guiding the internet intermediaries and PSPs, the financial side, because if a person cannot sell and you cannot buy because both pillars are regulated, we will disrupt. Of course, there's also law enforcement policy in the other pillars, Madam Chair. But for instance, for payment system providers like Globe Fintech here and others, Paymaya, they flag transactions but pursuant to AMLAC guidelines. So yan yung mga above 500,000 or even smaller pag may mga red flags po. But of course, it will be useful if guidelines mandated by the origin RA 11930 is already existing. Kasi we are already talking about amendments when the original guidelines have yet to come out. So yun po, I think very important yan. Of course, safety by design, kailangan nating tutukan. While a lot are self-regulating and self-policing, iba rin po talaga, Madam Chair, kung yung guidelines. Hopefully, with this amendment po, we can focus on those deliverables po na yung NCC OSAEC, napakasipag talaga nila. But of course, they cannot do everything, ma'am. Lalo na nagsimula sila. Nag-organize pa po kasi sila. No. So hopefully, we'll have that so that we will disrupt the commission of the offense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Yusek Tapales. Let's continue with the private sector. Can we hear next from GCash? Yes, Attorney Amurao.
Yes po.
Attorney Amurao.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. So my question is similar dun po sa AMLACAS. So drawing from your experience, from GCash's experience, so gaano ka-critical yung role ninyo? Maybe you also want to reflect on banks or other e-wallets, other financial intermediaries in disrupting OSAEC and CSAEM. And given that, ano yung nakikita nyong iba pang provisions na dapat meron dito sa bill natin?
Okay po. First of all, Madam Chair, thank you so much for inviting us here. We welcome the opportunity to provide our inputs and comments to this very important piece of legislation. The PSPs, for me, serves as a crucial element when it comes to OSAEC and CSAEM transactions. However, based on our experiences, Madam Chair, we have limited visibility over, like, we don't see the actual materials, because those materials do not happen in our platform. When it comes to the sending of money, we don't also see the intention or the consideration behind the sending of the money. So we're left with the behavioral patterns of our customers. Right. And I agree with some of our speakers today that it's a continuing challenge for us to be able to determine with specificity what types of typologies which can be used as our parameters to determine whether an actual transaction is indeed OSAEC and CSAEM. So that's where the challenge lies. When it comes to the other provisions of the bill, we'll just submit our position paper as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Amurao. We'll wait for that position paper. And I guess part of what you said, bumabalik dun sa sinabi ni Yusek Tapales na yung mga guidelines dapat nandun para at least kahit sa mga e-wallets, may initial na indicators or characteristics na pwedeng yung mas i-monitor pa more closely certain transaction or especially series of transactions. Pero syempre, magiging malaking input lalo na sa inyo, yung mga actual law enforcement agencies who are investigating these things. And so therefore, it goes back to what other resource persons have repeatedly said, yung coordination among the stakeholders. Salamat po sa GCash. Could we hear now from Meta? Will it be? Okay, Mr. Abrams, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
It's an honor to be here with you again.
Thank you. Maybe you, in addition to what your fellow resource persons in this thematic round have already started to share, maybe also from a practical standpoint, how should the law define the role, first of all, the role of internet intermediaries and technology platforms, your roles in preventing and responding to OSAEC and CSAEM? And as far as you can see from Senate Bill 1588, do the approaches taken here reflect what's actually workable and then ideally effective in real-world platform operations?
Sure, I will do my best to address all of that, Senator, and unpack it as clearly as I possibly can. As my time with Meta draws to an end, I do want to just begin by thanking you for the ability to collaborate with you on the underlying laws here, and to thank my stakeholders and colleagues with law enforcement with whom I've had the opportunity to collaborate over the last 7+ years. I do want to address some specific measures that we've undertaken since we last met both in person and online regarding child exploitation generally and how we're responding to it. So the last survivor that you had before a similar body a few months ago, we talked about how this person was groomed using the Meta platforms, family of applications rather. Since that time, we've introduced a much more robust section of restrictions, behavioral and actor-based, so that people who are pretending to be adults or pretending to be other children have a much higher amount of obstacles for interacting with children. This is done through a whole host of signals that we see on the back end, through user reporting, through AI. I'd also like to double down on what Director Hisolio said about the sort of the ability for what might start off as normal experimentation from adolescents and those images existing in perpetuity. Since we last spoke, we've worked with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and we've launched here in the Philippines a program called Take It Down. So in addition to Filipino children being able to report to police, to CICC, other governmental bodies, they can also report to this organization their imagery, which is translated into a digital fingerprint known as a hash value. We then share that with other parts of industry. We compete quite a bit in the commercial space. In the safety space, we collaborate. So we share these hash values, of course not the images themselves, with our industry peers. Regarding age verification, this is obviously a very hot topic, not just in the Philippines, but we mentioned Australia and elsewhere. It seems like it's relatively easy to accomplish, but I do want to address a few challenges. Number one, my home country being an example, the US, we don't have national IDs. So we have no way of verifying whether or not an ID is valid or not. Especially for children under the age of 13, they wouldn't have IDs at all. As the NPC mentioned, there are privacy issues. We wouldn't want bad actors to have access to IDs. So what we do, to sort of echo what Gcash said, is we use a whole host of behavioral cues and AI and community reporting and law enforcement reporting to evaluate whether we think someone is pretending to be an adult or pretending to be a child. So what you can see, or what you and I can see, forward-facing, doesn't necessarily match what our engineers and analysts see, even if it's just through linked accounts. So what we do when we have that suspicion is these users have to upload a selfie, which is analyzed through a very sophisticated age verification process. If that fails, they do have to rely on an ID. And if that fails, they're gone. In terms of arming law enforcement, which has been a passion of mine, of course, it's my portfolio, I commend you, of course, and the entire committee on allowing Filipino law enforcement warrantless access to basic subscriber information in cases involving trafficking and exploitation. To echo what General Sheila mentioned earlier, from my perspective, sitting at a tech company, I think it would make sense for PNP to also have police letter authority, not have to rely on a subpoena on anti-OSAEC cases. It would allow them a more nimble response. And then finally, in terms of 24-hour representation, I'm obviously not going to provide legal advice on who you can pursue and when. But for law enforcement, please rest assured we have a 24/7 emergency channel. The PNP uses, the NBI uses with great regularity, and as soon as they articulate what would be known as a Fourth Amendment exception under US law, in other words, imminent threat to life or bodily harm, we do disclose data, and it is a 24-hour operation that spans the globe. So we have a team working 24 hours a day. So I hope that addresses sort of what you were hoping to get from Meta.
Thank you. And since the committee has been advocating in-country representation, hopefully Meta will be one of the international companies who will consider also participating in the technical working group.
We would
on
be
this
happy
bill.
to, just
Okay,
as we did
great.
in
Yes, in
the
previous.
last set.
Okay,
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams. Then could we hear now from... Globe? Yes, please. Attorney Malcontento.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. First of all, we want to thank this honorable committee for the opportunity to share our thoughts regarding this very important matter. So for Globe, ma'am, online child protection remains to be at the forefront of our advocacy. And our primary involvement in this matter revolves around our filtering, blocking, and reportorial requirements with law enforcement agencies. So since our previous hearing, Your Honor, on this matter, we continue to filter and block CSAEM and OSAEC content. This includes, of course, synthetic content, Your Honor, AI-generated content, as well as CGI and other artificially made videos and photographs. We have made significant and continuous investment in upgrading our infrastructure and manpower in order to comply with our legal obligations. And we also have continued digital literacy programs in order to address our communities and inform them of the harms of OSAEC and CSAEM. We also collaborate with international organizations, local law enforcement, and all relevant national government agencies with respect to our obligations to block and filter OSAEC and CSAEM, as well as sharing relevant information requested by our colleagues in government. We welcome the development of the revisions to the anti-OSAEC and CSAEM law. As mentioned earlier, Your Honor, ISPs in general are self-policing. In fact, we adopt technological developments often ahead of what the law requires. So, on our part, most, if not all, of the requirements under the bill, Your Honor, are already being implemented, or at least we have taken steps to already implement them. And we look forward to collaborating with our regulators regarding the development of two important portals. The first portal is for our portal for our regulators, where they can transmit judicial and law enforcement processes. This would limit the friction and any delays which may be related to the transmittal of any subpoenas, or, as mentioned earlier, police authorities requesting information from us with respect to law enforcement investigation. And we also welcome the legal basis for allowing the public to report to ISPs any OSAEC or CSAEM content. I understand, Your Honor, that there will be implementing rules and regulations on this, on how this particular portal will be developed, but we look forward to collaborating with our regulators on this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Malcontento. The first important portal you mentioned, the one for regulators, might be a response to the problem mentioned earlier by Attorney Amurao. Because, of course, we use e-wallets for speed, almost real-time transactions. Pero kapag OSAEC, CSAEM transactions pala sila, gusto rin nating ma-disrupt as close to real-time as possible. So maybe yung portal ninyo, I'm just thinking aloud here, could facilitate that faster, if not actually real-time coordination between the law enforcement and investigative bodies, giving advice to the e-wallets and the cell phone companies about transactions that maybe you want to take a closer look at.
That's all well noted, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Salamat din, Attorney Malcontento. Okay, shall we move to our third theme, no? Intra-agency coordination. Medyo natalakay na rin natin ito, especially in the first thematic round, pero just in case merong pang hindi nasabi, can we begin with DSWD? On just this one question, so under RA 11930, saan nyo nakikita yung pinaka-persistent na coordination breakdowns among law enforcement, prosecutors, regulators, even social services and local governments? At paano yung whole of government approach na pinopropose dito sa Senate Bill 1588 ay pwedeng mapalakas para i-address yung mga breakdowns na ito in practice? Would DSWD like to add anything to that? Would it be Director Mary Grace? Yes, ma'am.
The coordination aspect of all agencies, all member agencies of the NCC is heavily concentrated on the secretariat of the NCC. Or correct me if I'm wrong, do you have a secretariat, NCC, or is it the IACAT? They are the secretariat.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes po, thank you po,
Yes,
Madam
thank
Chair. I'm Attorney Steph from the NCC OSAEC CSAEM
Yes, please.
Secretariat. Yes, under RA 11930, the NCC OSAEC CSAEM has its own secretariat which we are under and headed by an executive director po.
Salamat. Yes, please proceed. Director
Yes,
Mendes.
so the coordination is heavily concentrated on the Secretariat of the NCC, which is under the IACAT Secretariat under the DOJ. So all coordination are handled by the Secretariat, and if there are themes, no, there are KRAs, where several agencies, depending on their mandates, would head. For example, the DSWD is heading the KRA on prevention aspect, and the DOJ is heading the investigation and prosecution aspect, etc. Yes, so essentially coordination is really just centered on the NCC Secretariat.
And maybe that relates to one of your first comments na baka hindi dapat subcommittee lang, and you're starting to think aloud also about, and you said the department is also thinking about, and we can try to address that also by way of a recommendation
Yes.
in the committee report.
Yes, Senator.
About
And
the organizational setup.
And one personal observation, since I sit on several interagency councils, is there's really not much coercive power in interagency councils and committees. It all depends mainly on courtesies, friendships, even.
Kailangan ba ng coercive power sa mga interagency bodies ng executive? As a legislator, curious lang ako.
Again, this is my personal opinion.
It's all right po.
Because the budget of these interagency councils and committees are centered only on the Secretariat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Perhaps the NCC could correct me if I'm wrong, and other secretariat, interagency council and committee secretariats that are here. The budget is really on them, and the participation of member agencies would depend on just the push, perhaps the push and pull of the body as a whole. There's no budget specifically allotted for that interagency committee for the other member is the agency. So in that way, the policing of how the budget is utilized is absent, unlike in other programs specifically lodged under a department where the Congress itself would really police whether these are in fact being utilized correctly. So that's one aspect also to look into in terms of coordination.
Salamat. Well, anyway, as we were talking about earlier, pag-uusapan na rin sa TWG itong any necessary organizational adjustments. And then, dahil may usaping budget din, well, since the budget season has again started with the budget call, and maghahanda rin kami dito sa Congress for the budget debate. So, i-ano din natin ito, follow up din natin ito at the proper time. Salamat. Okay, what about, yan, so nagsasalita na rin po yung NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM. Attorney, would you like to add anything on saan yung nararanasan yung breakdowns sa coordination at paano dapat tugunan itong bill natin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the
Attorney Steph,
opportunity to
yes.
speak. For the coordination aspect po, I think nabanggit na rin naman po ng ibang resource speakers natin na one of the roadblocks that the Secretariat is currently experiencing po is yung regional presence po ng Secretariat, considering, lalo na po yung NCC, considering na nasa central lang po tayo. So, having a regional presence po would effectively would effectively cure that one of said roadblocks para po mas malocalize po natin yung mga projects and programs ng NCC o sa CSAEM. And then under RA 11930 po kasi Madam Chair, one of the roles of the NCC Secretariat is to assist law enforcement agencies and officers in the investigation of OSAEC CSAEM cases and incidents. Kaya po nag-a-assist kami sa PNP, sa NBI. So kung meron po tayong regionalized presence, mas madali po yung assistance po in the investigation aspect po.
Well noted, Attorney Steph. Salamat po. Before I call the General to speak on behalf of the PNP, Yusek Sara? Or will it be Director Joselius? Kayo po. Yes, ma'am. For DICT.
Good afternoon and thank you very much, Madam Chair. The DICT stands very ready to provide the needed technical support to help in implementing and providing connectivity, traceability, and interoperability among the NCC, OSAEC, and CSAEM agencies. Moreover, Your Honor, I would also like to offer or inform the body that we have 16 regional offices of the DICT. And we would very much be willing to provide the support for the technical development that they may need. In fact, to answer Attorney Marcoleta's statement, we are also willing to help or to even be the...
Do you mean Attorney Malcontento?
Sorry, Attorney Marcontento. Sorry, Senator Marcoleta pala.
Ibang hearing po yun.
Ibang hearing po yun. We'd like to offer the DICT's support or willingness to even be the front runner in terms of providing the technical know-how in the TWG or in the creation of the portal that you were mentioning, Attorney Malcontento. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek Sara. I love it pag ganun yung nangyayari sa mga hearing na to, that there are other possible partnerships that are opened up, no, yung possibility. So I encourage all the resource persons around the table na samantalahin po yung ganyang mga pagkakataon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So for yes, General Sheila, sa PNP po, paano dapat tugunan ng bill na to yung mga nararanasan yung coordination breakdowns?
So far, ma'am, very positive kami because siguro dahil all of us are members of the IACAT, so basically we know each other. So hindi po kami nagkakaroon ng problema even with our local law enforcement partner as well as the foreign law enforcement agency partners, and who wouldn't want to work on child protection, especially OSAEC. So, and also siguro to highlight yung the DC-20, it helped us a lot to collaborate closely with the prosecutors on case build-up. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, salamat po. Naalala ko yun. I think it was a DOJ budget hearing pa lang at nabanggit ni then Justice Secretary yung partnership between DOJ prosecutors and PNP sa case build-up. Salamat. And then, DILG. Finally, yes, Ms. Lobesita.
Yes,
ma'am.
Ma'am Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Of course, the DILG is in support with this amendment of the law. But several times already, I have heard about the mentioning about our local mechanism that handles this concern at the local level. So we want to recommend the explicit articulation of the role of the LGUs in the law. Napakahalaga po kasi because the law is the basis of the local government units in planning, in budgeting, in prioritizing interventions for children. And then another is siguro maybe for OSAEC CSAEM to make all our materials or that will be disseminated to the local level na yung level talaga for barangay level na. At kasi OSAEC CSAEM, I think for us OSAEC CSAEM is medyo challenging doon sa pag-unawa at the local level. So we will i-levelize natin yung ating mga materials na dadalhin at the local level. Kasi nakita ko, observe ko yung mentions ng mga resource person kanina, yun yung isa sa mga challenges, yung functionality of our local mechanism, especially the Local Council for the Protection of Children, and that includes the barangay baudes, siguro. Kasi they should know everything so that they will be able to address this. Sila yung talaga responder at the local level. So they should know how to monitor and respond the cases of OSAEC CSAEM at the local level. So yun po sana yung aming recommendation to include in the law. Specific or your articulation, explicit articulation of the role of local government units para talaga to ensure na they will include in their local development plan, and then of course yung passage of ordinances for the law. Kasi for the DILG, kasi we have already formulated and developed the modules, and we even circulated yung mga how to prepare an ordinance. We also include the ordinances of OSAEC CSAEM sa mga audits natin for LGUs. Kaya nandiyan na, pero siguro mas powerful kung may include natin sa law. Thank you po.
Salamat din, Ms. Lovesita. And bukod sa maisama sa batas, powerful din yung sinabi ni Mr. Diloy dun sa Safer Internet Day. Baka ang daming pwedeng i-highlight.
Yes.
Oo, at para mas ma-popularize and eventually ma-institutionalize na efforts.
Thank you po.
Salamat, ma'am. And last but not the least, well, would AMLAC like to add anything dun sa sinabi nyo na kanina po in terms of addressing coordination breakdowns? Attorney?
Actually, Your Honor, or Madam Chair, coordination is not a problem for the AMLC. We've been constant for almost all, for the law enforcement agencies, NBI, PNP, to name a few. And of course, the system is not that perfect, but we have been endeavoring to improve. As a matter of fact, there was a mention by Attorney Sanchez about their presence in regions, presence of NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM. What we did in that respect is to deputize our law enforcement agencies in respect to the conduct of financial investigation. So perhaps in that regard, we can, subject to further discussion and for purposes of embedding it in the law, during the technical working group discussion, the same could be taken up. And some approaches that we have adopted in the AMLC, perhaps we can consider in this amendatory bill. And we're open to that. We welcome our deep involvement in the improvement of the bill, including the subsequent adoption and or promulgation of the IRR in the event that the amendatory bill is approved.
Salamat po, Attorney. So let's go to the last thematic round dito sa bill na to bago tayo dumako sa Sandy's bill. So on AI and other emerging technology. So can we begin, of course, with DICT? Will it be Yusek Sara? Sa tanong po na ito, so looking ahead to emerging technologies such as generative AI, encrypted platforms, even new payment systems, anong future risks ang pinaka nako-concern ang department in relation specifically to OSAEC and CSAEM? Tapos yung bill, as it is now, 1588, hi, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator J.B. Ejercito. Salamat. We're about to wind up dun sa 5 themes on the amendment ng anti-OSAEC CSAEM. But we can go back to any resource person if you wish, and then dadako tayo sa Sandy's bill. Salamat, Senator JV, for... would you like to make any opening remark?
Good afternoon, everybody. To resource persons, of course, our chairperson, Senator Risa. And I'm here, of course, to just listen and also to provide support to our chair. Thank you.
Salamat para doon. So, ayun, the ICT, dun sa future risks na yon na pinaka-concern kayo, yung bill, sapat na ba yung paghanda niya ng legal system para tumugon dun sa evolving threats na yon?
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Senator. Specifically, first, Madam Chair, on Section 3, the DICT would recommend the inclusion of the term deepfakes. So that is our main recommendation, Madam Chair. I'd also like to assure the body that we are, of course, considering all the emerging technologies because it's a very fast-paced and quickly improving technology. So we would like to use definitions that are more broad and inclusive. And of course, we will be attending all the technical working group meetings to ensure this, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Sara. Deep Web Connect. Ayan. Mr. Villamayor. So, yung bill, sapat ba yung pagtugon niya sa mga emerging threats na pinaka-concerned kayo?
First of all, thank you again for inviting us, and we are here to give an answer to that. So, the bill expands coverage to synthetic CSAEM, but it primarily focuses on the final abusive content. DWK's or Deep Web Connect's monitoring shows that AI tools are being used earlier in the process to normalize exploitation or train users and reduce technical barriers. But it doesn't criminalize those or the owner of those websites. Well, it may be difficult to do since they are sometimes hosted in other countries, but we should try to find a way, not just criminalize websites or the server owner, but limit and regulate the usage of AI in our country. And we do have some other, let's say, remarks regarding the other parts of the bill. And we have more on emerging messaging platforms that remain outside effective regulations. So we have identified some messaging platforms or social media platforms that are really new and has like less than 10,000 users per day, and including Potato Chat, YaLive, eLive, Bigo, Tigo, T-Live, Chamet, Chat Random. And during that monitoring, we have seen some accounts and some people that are linked to OSAEC, especially in the Filipino sector of it. And between October and December 2025, Deep Web Connect monitored 55 groups on Potato Chat that we are actively sharing OSAEC, or that were actively sharing OSAEC related content. These groups average roughly around 3,000 members, and thousands of images and videos were exchanged, with one group sharing more than 550 items in a single month. And we have seen, it's not really an emerging technology, it was existing already. Pero hindi siya masyadong sikat in a sense. We have seen a webcam app, and most of the time it is being used by those trolls, perhaps, or let's say, yung mga gumagawa ng OSAEC content. It's a webcam app that lets you replace your face into another person's face. Let's say Elon Musk, and you can appear as Elon Musk on, let's say, Zoom or Google Meet. So we have seen links, even GitHub or like open source technology na easily accessible para magamit yung technology na to. And I think that will be all on our side.
Salamat, Mr. Villamayor. Yung sinabi niyo that you are detecting na ginagamit itong mga emerging technologies even earlier before the actual commission of the crime as currently defined of OSAEC CSAEM to normalize. So parang yung sinabi din ni Yusek Tapales kanina, for example, the sexualization of children. So it's a kind of grooming of the public in a way to eventually accept as normal or tolerable what the crimes as they are currently defined. And I hear you loud and clear, the committee hears you loud and clear, the need to limit and regulate AI here in the Philippines. Yung sinabi nyong may mga emerging messaging and media platforms na kakaunti lang, like 10,000 each, 3,000 each, pero marami sila. So they're like micro platforms, pero sa dami nila, when you multiply that, malaki rin, malawak din ang scale, ang scope nila.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I also hope that the Deep Web Connect will be participating in the technical working group.
Madam
Mr.
Chair?
Abrams, yes.
If I can just have your indulgence for a moment,
Yes.
Senator, because at Meta, we're both a social media company, but we also have generative AI products. So I just want to make very clear and state for the record that our strict rules around child nudity, sexualization, abuse, and exploitation do extend to generative AI, and to the point you just raised in terms of grooming the public, also extends to the comments. And we've been doing this in two different ways. Broadly speaking, there is content that is created by Meta AI. We have very extensive and robust red teaming. It's a term that we use, so we try to get our analysts to have our products violate our internal rules. I'd have to brief you, Senator, in executive session as to what that looks like more technically, if you'd like that, because it's not in the public's interest to have that stated in such a public forum. On the other side, AI products that are generated through other companies that are then attempted to be posted on our platforms. And we combat that in a way similar to how we combat non-AI. That is, every photo, every video that is uploaded to Facebook or to Instagram is screened through a database of known hash values associated with exploitation, and also set up to human review when it looks like it could be a child. So we detect, as we estimate it, 98% of child nudity, child exploitation imagery before it goes live. The rest we have to work with our law enforcement counterparts, the public, civil society organizations, IJM and others, to remove as quickly as possible. We then bank those images so they can no longer be propagated on our platforms, and then we share them through Project Lantern with our industry peers. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. No, I was going to call Meta next. So anything else, Mr. Abrams, you'd like to add in terms of how the bill currently addresses or doesn't yet address the emerging threats that you're seeing?
The only minor concern that I see, and because I think we really are in lockstep in terms of how your government's responding and how we want to remain as hostile as possible to this threat picture, is data retention of 1 year. It's a little bit of a technical lift. The reason we preserve data, essentially, is so law enforcement can catch its breath and then proceed to get the data. Well, these laws have empowered law enforcement to not need to seek a warrant and a production order, but to issue either a subpoena or a police letter, depending on which law. I do want to make very clear that I understand that in cases of MLAT requests, the machinery of international relations, the central authority to the central authority, it does take time. In practice, all that would take for us to further segregate and preserve that data is an email from DOJ, and that's it. I then turn around, I tell an internal data governance team, we're expecting an MLAT, keep this data available for Filipino law enforcement indefinitely. We have 2 or 3 pending at the moment, so it's never been a problem in practice. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much
Senator.
also. Could we hear now from, again, AMLACAS Corporation, if Attorney Maria Roda, you have detected other emerging threats, and is this bill already capable of or not yet capable of heading them off?
Thinking aloud, and I guess picking up from Director Gray's mention of the council, the coordination council's limited coercive powers. That's the nature of interagency councils, right? At best, they can just really coordinate. And I think what the amendatory bill is trying to do is really just further encourage regulatory enforcement. But the practical question with that, though, ma'am, is will that need a separate bill or just a standalone amendatory bill? Or can it be covered by, say, creative means like when AMLC's law, the AMLA law, for instance, is updated? Should we also make sure that the OSAEC portions of that bill can also reflect some of the wishes or the dream provisions that we already have embedded as a wish list in the current bill, para po magsabay? Or imagining, for instance, the implementation of Konektadong Pinoy law, mahalagang konektado at protektadong Pinoy implementation po yun. Hindi lang siya sapat na konektado. So I guess bit yung hat ngayon, ano, private sector in this context really react to the regulators. And the regulatory capture is a term we often hear in other committee hearings. But clearly, it's a challenge within other regulators too. So paano palalakasan yung regulatory agencies na nandito as they continue to work with already trained law enforcement? That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Maria
Madam
Roda.
Chair.
I think, yes, Stairway Foundation, Mr. Diloy, you were raising your hand.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is in connection with technology platforms now. So the current proposed bill itself, it's good that it requires technology platforms to have representation in the Philippines. However, I hope that the bill moves further in terms of also classifying technology platforms who are not cooperative. Case, for example, maybe 10 years ago, there is difficulty in terms of interacting with certain technology platforms in terms of takedown. But right now, fast forward the decade, many of those mainstream tech platforms or social media and messaging platforms are members of the Tech Coalition, which is it's a self-regulatory coalition of tech platforms that says that we will adhere to child safeguarding standards and employ internal policies and protocols. However, case in point, one of the major messaging platforms available in the Philippines and being used is not a member of the tech platform and does not want to join the tech platform at all.
Which one?
Telegram, for example.
Really?
Yeah. But in conversations with children and young people, they acknowledge that CSAEM really floats around Telegram more than Messenger, for example. So the question is, how will the law address these kinds of tech platforms who, for example, if they do have representation in the Philippines but are not cooperative, there must be a triggering mechanism to say, okay, we now have to ban access in the country, for example, as an extreme measure. So not only representation but also the nature of engagement with the Philippine government.
Very well taken. Wala sigurong platform na identified as a scene of crimes na dapat nasa labas na at unreachable ng regulation. Paborito ko pa naman yung Telegram. Anyway, Yusek Tapales.
Briefly, Madam Chair, in connection to what Attorney Maria Roda and Kuya Ace stated, first of all, some data, based on the NECMEC data, AI-generated sa SAEM increased by 1,325% from 2023 to 2024. So it's obvious that artificial intelligence is the way of the future, whether for good or for bad. So since we are in the process of amending Republic Act 11930, and we will empower the NCC OSAEC CSAEM to have regional presence, and this particular amendment will be their legal basis to get budget and support from the DBM. Perhaps it's also a good opportunity to support our law enforcement agencies like the PNP and the DOJ. I have information that, of course, they are doing everything to address OSAEC. They're investing on forensic technology tools in their investigation. And they're also using traditional investigation and cyber patrolling to really identify CSAEM in the internet. But if we are dealing with AI, as IJM stated earlier, in other countries, Madam Chair, AI is being used to counter AI CSAEM. So in Australia and in other countries, they use artificial intelligence, automated software tools, the file hashing that was mentioned by Meta, and other computer technologies. There are many computer technologies. This perhaps is as important as the financial intermediary and internet intermediary observation that I stated earlier, because we cannot disrupt the commission of the crime if we can, para pong paisa-isa kasi, Of course, our law enforcement agencies are heavily dependent on referrals of foreign partners, The capability of the PNP and the DOJ to detect I mean, they address the reported cases, but they do not detect at the first instance. And I think we have to empower them, perhaps through a specific provision in this in this amendment to allow them to hire manpower and to invest in technology to detect, Madam Chair. In the children in situations of armed conflict law, there was a provision there empowering us to hire people and invest in and to invest in program to address children of that sort, Madam Chair. Perhaps a similar provision in your proposed amendment will help members of the NCC, OSAEC, and CSAEM, particularly law enforcement agencies, to really combat this because, kunyari, Madam Chair, there are programs abroad being used such as web crawler. It initially identifies a CSAEM and it crawls to the website and to other website where it's shared. So yung disruption po dito by bulk po talaga, hindi pa isa-isa, pa sampu-sampu. If our law enforcement agencies will have the same capabilities as other internet intermediaries here, Madam Chair, that will be a big help in really disrupting online sexual abuse and exploitation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you also, Yusek Tapales. So we'll go to our, I'm trying to close this hearing by about 3:45 so we can hear Sandy's bill. Pero sige, I just wanted to ask for this fifth thematic round, gusto ko na lang sanang tanungin ang Globe at saka Smart. And then I see two hands raised. So if we can hear Globe first and then Smart, and then quick comments from the last two so we can complete this hearing. So, Attorney Malcontento, emerging threats that you're seeing and how this bill can address them.
Well, Your Honor, perhaps the most immediate threat is really the proliferation of synthetic materials. So, we have invested and continue to invest in technologies, manpower to adopt and protect children online. And given that given that the bill introduces or at least requires ISPs to adopt technologies, we welcome this development, Your Honor, and we endeavor to keep up with the law as well as to employ to future-proof and improve always our infrastructure in order to address any emerging threat, as not just in AI and not just in CGI, but also other future forms of ways or means for children to be harmed online, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Malcontento. Who is here for Smart? Yes, sir. Sorry, I haven't been able to call you yet. Attorney Ibay. Yes, sir. So, how can and should our legal system be prepared to preempt or to put down these emerging threats?
First of all, on behalf of Smart and PLDT, we would like to thank you for inviting us here to this committee hearing. And we're looking forward also to the TWG, because I think one issue that needs to be tackled in the TWG is that we are still working on an IPv4 ecosystem. And since 2010, I was already in the telecoms industry back then. I remember the ICT coming up with a circular that government lead the transition from IPv4 to IPv6. IPv4 is, of course, the platform where we have a limited 4 billion IP addresses that can be used and recycled, and it's dynamic. And I think this is the challenge that most ISPs and the government itself find it difficult to identify users using specifically URL or IP address. And this phenomenon, unfortunately, is not only prevalent in the Philippines, but even in the world. The United States is only 50% compliant, shifting to IPv6. And last year, the OSDI asked the came up with a report that the Philippines is only about 18% compliant in terms of transitioning from IPv4 to IPv6. So, looking forward, ma'am, to Your Honor, to the ITWG. So the world has actually adopted a process where it's a multi-phase process. No? It's not that simple like you switch from IPv4 to IPv6. Maybe we can start with the big platforms, the content providers that are largely still on IPv4, so that it will be easier for telcos to block content as long as they're identified, the URLs are identified, and that we can easily block them, and that they're not dynamic but static already, which is largely the default on an IPv6 platform. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that commitment to participate in the technical working group. Salamat po. Okay. Oh, sorry. Do the two people who raised their hands really need to? Okay. Please, briefly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Nama de Dios. I'm with a Global Impact Child Protection Specialist, but I'm also a practicing pediatrician and child protection specialist in a government hospital. So, whenever we would talk about child protection, it's always with the hope of getting more people to report. That's at the back of our mind, and it's always important that there's service that comes with the learning. And so I really appreciate the fact that in this room we want to just inform, educate people, but alongside that, I think I can speak for the WCPUs in the nation. We currently have 162 WCPUs and VAUC desks, and all of us have the same framework of managing children and even women with regards abuse, intimate partner violence, and this includes the new lens of OSAEC and CSAEM, meaning if these children get referred to the WCPUs, even if they do not have physical, injuries or evidence of injuries, we can still process them, manage them. And if the hospitals where we are at have mental health partners, whether they are inside the hospital or outsourced, then we can make that connection, because mental health is very important for these children. So that's just the point I want to reach and to say, and hopefully in the IRR that gets included. The other thing I want to ask, I'm looking at my colleague John Kliachko from UST, is the importance of, because of the shortage of mental health professionals, and we're just that's one of our problems, Madam Chair, with dealing with all kinds of abused children. It's the mental health that has to be taken care of after we do the initial checkup. I'm thinking aloud because this is a prevalent thought. What can we do as a community, and what can psych association do to at least broaden the learning, or maybe something community-based, all along the lines of mental health support for this law? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Was there someone else? And if not, that's very okay. Oh, Elias Mark. Sorry, bago kayo. It's okay? All right, salamat. So, okay, Elias Mark, you can have the last word on this.
Thank you po.
hearing.
First of all, Madam Chair, thank you so much po for the opportunity, for giving for the Philippine Survivor Network. I represent our network. So before that, as a survivor, I know how powerful it's when systems work together instead of separately. The bill is about the future, not only the past. I cannot change what happened to me, but you can help change what happens to other children. Passing SB 1588 means fewer children suffering in silence, faster intervention when abuse is reported, stronger accountability for those who enable exploitation, better support for survivors who are trying to heal. This bill not erase the past, but it can interrupt the cycle. I am here before you not only as a survivor, but as a proof that survivors can heal, speak, and help shape the future. Senate Bill number 1588 is not just a legal amendment. It is a statement of what kind of country the Philippines chooses to be. On behalf of the Philippine Survivor Network, I respectfully ask you to pass this bill for the children who have no voice yet, for the survivor who are still afraid to speak, and for those of us who believe the protection should never come too late. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Elias Mark. Ayan, thank you naming lahat sa iyo. That's a good as any closing remark as possible. Thank you so much. And sa ating... So as we move to hearing Sandy's bill, maraming salamat sa lahat ng resource persons who've come here to help us refine the Senate bill amending our anti-OSAEC and CSAEM law. So thank you very much sa inyo. Yeah, yes, so those who were our resource persons for the OSAEC amendatory bill, if you need to and you want to, you may leave ahead of us. Thank you very much, ingat po, and see you again in the technical working group. Oh, may I mention regarding the TWG, February 2, 10 a.m. Will be the technical working group. We'll be sending you invitations. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break before we open the hearing on Sandy's bill. So it is 3:48, so let's be back by 3:55. Salamat po. We continue the hearing. So, diretso na po tayo. The urgency of passing Sandy's bill is underscored by the tourism sector's rapid post-pandemic recovery, which has unfortunately outpaced the development of safety infrastructure. In 2024, the tourism industry's contribution to the country's GDP rose to 8.9%, generating 2.35 trillion pesos in revenues and employing approximately 6.75 million Filipinos, or 13.8% of the national workforce. However, this economic boom has been accompanied by a silent epidemic of preventable accidents. According to the World Health Organization's 2024 report, drowning has become the leading cause of death for children aged 5 to 14 in the Western Pacific region, including the Philippines. The risks facing child tourists have evolved beyond drowning to include increasingly lethal biological threats. In 2025, marine biologists confirmed the presence of new, genetically distinct species of box jellyfish, Chironex yamaguchii, in Philippine waters. Excuse me. Experts continue to classify the Philippines as ground zero for box jellyfish fatalities, estimating 20 to 40 deaths annually, disproportionately affecting children in rural coastal areas. And tragically, many resorts remain ill-equipped to handle these emergencies, stocking only vinegar and lacking essential life support equipment like antivenom and epinephrine. This gap in readiness is exacerbated by the golden hour problem. The golden hour is a core medical concept referring to the critical window, typically the first 60 minutes after a traumatic injury or medical emergency, during which prompt medical treatment has the highest likelihood of preventing death. With respect to brain death from lack of oxygen caused by drowning or cardiac arrest caused by envenomation, we also have the platinum 10 minutes. This is because victims of aquatic, toxic, and drowning incidents operate on a much stricter timeline. In the case of box jellyfish stings, cardiac arrest can occur within 2 to 5 minutes of envenomation. We need to bridge this gap by having on-site trained personnel and equipment like antivenom and oxygen. This effectively brings the hospital's emergency room capability to the patient, ensuring treatment begins immediately rather than after the golden hour has been wasted on transport or travel. So our regional competitors are not just outpacing us in marketing, but in the total tourism product reliability. In 2024, Vietnam welcomed over 17.5 million international visitors, a massive 39.5% increase from the previous year, while the Philippines missed its own target, receiving only 5.9 million arrivals. Thailand remains the clear leader with over 35 million visitors. As these nations aggressively improve their safety infrastructure and visa policies, the Philippines risks being labeled the unsafe alternative in ASEAN. We cannot compete for the family tourism market if our brand promise includes the caveat that emergency medical care is unavailable in our most popular destinations. In Vietnam, particularly Da Nang, or Thailand, particularly Phuket, emergency services are relatively accessible. In the Philippines, leaving the immediate vicinity of a five-star hotel in a rural area often means leaving the safety net entirely. So with the recent enactment of the VAT Refund for Tourists Act, R.A. 12079, the government has signaled an aggressive push to increase foreign arrivals. However, inviting families to our shores without establishing a corresponding duty to care creates a liability. A single high-profile preventable death of a child tourist due to negligence could cause reputational damage that outweighs the fiscal gains of VAT revenues or VAT incentives. The bill seeks to rectify this by shifting the burden of safety to the operator. Establishments that profit from providing access to nature, whether beaches or pools, must legally assume the responsibility for mitigating the inherent risks of that environment. So, magsimula na po tayo sa pagtatanong. Let's start with our key agencies. Department of Tourism muna. So, will it be Yusek Emiliza or Director Magigad? All right. So, Director, so considering the tourism sector's contribution of 8.9% to the GDP in 2024, pwede po bang klaruhin ng department ganong karami sa revenue na to ay nire-reinvest specifically sa safety infrastructure? And furthermore, ang DOT po ba sa ngayon may budget allocation para mag-subsidize din naman, mag-facilitate ng basic life support training para sa mga staff sa mga mas maliliit pero accredited na resorts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for inviting the Department of Tourism to this particular hearing. Yes, you're correct. We have received, or for the domestic tourism market, we have recorded 134 million trips for 2025. And you're correct, although we have missed the target for the year 2025, it contributes a large percentage to the Philippine economy. Now, going back to the mandate of the Philippine Department of Tourism, unfortunately, the provision for health services is not part of the mandate of the Philippine Department of Tourism. Although we have recently signed an agreement or through the Department of Health, it would be good to know, Madam Chair, that through Department Circular 2025-0541 of the Department of Health, maybe the Department of Health could discuss later on the agreement between the Philippine Department of Tourism and the Department of Health to actually create TIFAFs or Tourism First Aid facilities around tourism destinations. Currently, we have identified 7. And in advanced stages are those in Puerto Galera and in General Luna in Siargao. And with upcoming TIFAF pilot areas as well in Boracay, Coron, El Nido, Panglao, and San Juan, La Union. And with these facilities, this will be equipped with the required emergency medicines and equipment to address emergencies. But we'd like to note, Madam Chair, that this is currently not budgeted in the Department of Tourism budget. It's actually under the budget of DOH. So it's really incumbent upon us as well to actually put money in these facilities in the upcoming budget season, especially if this particular bill is signed within the year. And more than that, we at the Philippine Department of Tourism is, we are all for security, and because that's one of the things that tourists would actually look for when traveling. And not only for marine tourism. Actually, the title of the bill is for activities related to the tourism industry. But my comment is there are various risks depending on the type of tourism activity. And risks for marine tourism is different from that from mountain tourism, from other types, farm tourism, etc. So if we want to expand the coverage of child protection activities, we might as well consider different risk factors to different types of activities. And I think the Department of Health, through their framework, health strategic framework, in strengthening health in tourism and travel, they have identified different risks depending on the type of destinations. I think that's one of the frameworks they're looking at. And so my comment, our comment for the Philippine Department of Tourism is to actually expand as well, aside from marine tourism, the risks for other types of tourism activities. So that's our initial statement, Madam Chair. For the details later on, if there will be questions on how we could improve the provisions of the Senate bill, no, we'll be happy to comment as well.
Salamat, Director. I'll have to ask a follow-up question to DOH. Pero sa ngayon, of the 8.9% that tourism generated for our GDP 2 years ago, may idea po ba kayo what percentage or of that 8.9% is appropriated for safety infrastructure, at least dun sa unang 7 TFAFs sa DOH budget? Would you have an estimate?
Yeah, for I think there should be some clear definition of the 8.9% contribution to the economy, because this is the money or the revenue that accrues to various sectors, not just for the direct contributors, no, like airlines, like hotels, no, but it also accrues to communities, no. So this is a figure computed by the Philippine Statistics Authority, no, but we don't have figures on exactly how much health expenditures are accorded to, for example, hospitals in tourist areas. No, we don't have those figures, Madam Secretary. Yeah.
Sige, i-recover ng committee yan what is the magnitude of the 8.9%, and then later I'll ask Yusek Risa magkano yung ina-appropriate for these initially 70 FAFs. I suppose in first batch pa lang ito, ano po, dadagdagan pa po ng DOT in your partnership with DOH?
Yes, this is just an initial list, no, and we'll be expanding as we go through deepening the relationship with the DOH.
And in that partnership po, kasama po ba yung basic life support training?
Okay. With basic life support training, we're actually doing this already through our Office of Human Capital Development. No, and the Department of Tourism accredits, no, hotels, resorts, apartment hotels, and all the small mabuhay accommodations or pensions, inns, no, for especially in areas with water attractions, no, with water and safety related trainings, no. So basic life support is one of the trainings being given to tour guides, to front safety officers of various accommodation facilities.
At ito po, binibigyan ng libre, lalo na sa mga smaller accredited resort.
Yes po, Madam
Okay, good to know. Salamat, Director. Yusek Risa, kung hindi man yung what percentage of the 8.9% contributed by tourism sa GDP natin, could you give us an idea magkano po yung ang line item ng DOH para dun sa safety infrastructure, including basic life support training, dun sa unang 7 TFAF?
Madam Chair, good afternoon. To be honest with everybody, the TFAF was ceremonially signed in 2024, and it was just operationalized last year. So we were able to check on the different pilot sites of the TFAP together with DOT and TIEZA, but with our last meeting with the TIEZA, it's only for NTP late last year, so they will give approximately 20 to 180 days for the TFAP to be complete. The TFAP, Madam Chair, is a 4 square meter that will be placed, that can be mobile and placed in these 7 sites. It is equipped with a CCTV, a two-way communication system, and instructional guide for the AED itself, the first aid cabinets, and a stretcher, of course. This TFAF supposedly will be manned by people from the Department of Health, either with their DOH regional hospitals or with the CHD, or together with the municipal or provincial hospitals. Depende po if the hospital or this risk disaster office ang mag-handle on the part of the LGU. But as of this moment, ma'am, this is not budgeted in our office. It will be budgeted by 2027.
So, akala ko kasi na naipasok nyo na sa budget ng DOH for 2026. So hindi pa namin na pagdebatihan ito
Hindi
last
pa, ma'am.
year.
That's why we already, now we have the figures already. Since the TFAP will be ready by, supposedly by first quarter of this year. But we already talked with the assigned DOH or CHD who will be in charge of the manning. However, ma'am, that would be, will work on what's available. Unlike if we put a separate budget for this in 2027.
So ang tagal pa pala. Akala ko we were starting to be covered this year.
Not yet, ma'am.
Plano nyo ba, at or sinama nyo na po ba sa budget request nyo sa DBM after the President's budget call at the start of this year?
Yes, ma'am. We did already po.
Magkano yung budget request nyo sa DBM? At least for the 7 first initial TFAFs, including basic life support training for staffs of resorts.
Madam, more or less, nasa 50M yung request namin. The Health Tourism Office receives the least budget in the Department of Health. We only have 20 million, including our PS and all the expenses of my office. And besides, ma'am, I do not have a plantilla position in my office. All of the people I'm working with are all JOs. That's why we are requesting, maybe with the passage of this act, we can request for a plantilla position so that there will be continuity in everything that we're doing, especially that these 7 sites will be rolled out supposedly by this year and more to come in the following years, Madam Chair.
50 million for the 7 initial TFAF. So on average, mga 7 million pesos each.
Yes, Madam.
For the whole year operation of
Opo,
each
because
TFAF.
it also has to have a connection, which is supposed to be a good connection for easy communication with CHD or the hospital in charge for the TFAF, and also for the personnel who will be manning the TFAF. So we requested for 4 people who will have rotation on duty for a specific TFAF.
And kasama na po sa 7 million per TFAF yung pag-extend nila ng life support training sa mga staff.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And of course, beyond Puerto Galera, General Luna, Boracay, Coronel, El Nido, Panglao, and San Juan, dami pa pong tourist area sa ating bansa, dami pa pong mga resorts and other establishments, especially the smaller but accredited ones. So, how many more TFAFs are you planning to set up? How many per year? Or eventually, ilan po lahat will be covered by this partnership?
Madam Chair, that's supposed to be, I think, between 25 to 30. But since it's like a bigger volume, we try to reduce it for the initial rollout to be 7 first. Ito po, Madam Chair, our challenge is that the area, it has to be donated by the owner of the lot. So, dyan kami nahihirapan. In San Juan, we have an area, but apparently it is, according to DNR, it is not safe to put that TFAF there. So we talked with the governor and he said he will donate a portion of his land. So, ganun po yung struggle namin. Even in Puerto Galera, although the mayor is very generous in the donation of the lot, but ang problema naman po, walang DOH hospital doon. So there's a lot of things that we want, and we have walang budget pa po for this because it will be this year pa po na maita-turn over ng DOT to the Department of Health.
25 to 30 ang total na target nyo. Initial count. Kasi, 80 plus provinces tayo. Baka at the very least, by the end of the first phase, may 80 or 80 plus TFAFs, 1 in each province. And alam naman natin kung gaano kalaki ang ang marami sa mga probinsya natin. Pero at least, I hope that DOH together with DOT is thinking of establishing these TFAFs in each province. Plano nyo po ba 7 per year or meron ba kayong numbers per
Actually,
year?
ma'am, the budget of the TFAF comes from the TIEZA. Not DOH. Yung manpower and sustainability of the TFAF should be coming from the DOH, including po the manpower. I mean, the nurses, everything every human resource for health that nandun po sa Department of Health po siya, Madam Chair.
Okay po, Yusek. Yes, Director.
Yes, since Yusek mentioned about TIEZA, no? TIEZA will be following the same model we use for tourist rest areas, no? So for the TIFAFs, no, TIEZA is going to fund the construction of each of the TIFAFs, no? However, the complement for the complement for staff, for medicines, and everything is going to be DOH.
Okay, salamat po. So this is something we have to monitor and work on. Kayo po sa implementation, kami oversight and budgeting year on year hanggang makover yung buong bansa. Kasi we have those tourist establishments of different sizes, including the smaller ones, but accredited by DOT all over the country. At ang isang interest ng komite is to find out kung paano sila masasubsidize din sa mga training na to, and then the other capacities na gusto nyong ma-develop sa kanila through the TIFAFs. Sige po, another question po for Yusek Emiliza. So in the light of the presence of lethal box jellyfish in our waters, even the discovery of a new, even more venomous species, in-update na po ba ng DOH yung listahan ninyo ng mga mandatory emergency medicines para, lalo na para sa mga coastal establishments? And specifically, may programa ba para siguruhin na antivenom, epinephrine ay stockpiled at accessible sa mga provincial hospitals or health facilities na malapit sa mga major tourist zones?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, happy to announce, but hindi lang din ganun ka-happy because among the 18 regional regional offices of the Department of Health, only CHD 4A has a program with regards to all of the emergencies that's happening among the tourists. In fact, they have something like this na nilalabas po nila, and we want to offer this to other regional offices of the department. However, lack of budget din, ma'am, and manpower. Kasi ang 4A, ma'am, is quite big compared to other regions. So, mas may budget sila, mas may tao sila. So, ang hirap din, ma'am, with the DBM, they only give the plantilla unti-unti per year. So, kahit meron kaming programs, nahihirapan din kami to implement all of these programs.
Pero, what about the other regions na kailangan din ng emergency program? Sinama na ba ng DOH ang budget request sa DBM for more CHDs than Region 4A?
For 2027, ma'am.
Apo, for
Apo,
2027.
yes,
How many more regions and which ones are you
we're
requesting
planning
budget for?
almost all of the regions that has water or marine tourism because we want to gather all of this. Ang isa rin namin hinihingi is a better collaboration and coordination with the province or the LGU. Like Bohol, sila po ay talagang medyo strict on those. Tapos we have naman a DOH hospitals in Bohol, so it's easier to facilitate. And ang Bohol po really offers their offices na could help. Even Boracay po is also very cooperative with the Department of Health with regards to human health complement, Madam Chair.
Magkano po yung item nyo for CHD 4A for their emergencies program?
Madam, we don't have the figures for the CHD because it's downloaded to the region and it's the region who allocates to their offices under them. So wala po ang health tourism na particular office in each region. So that's also sad to admit in the Department of Health.
Kung hindi man yung line item for health tourism, yung line item for emergencies, meron ba silang ganon?
We have the Health Emergency Management Bureau, but this is not as much as covered as the other health emergencies.
So, if sa ngayon, meron palang budget for emergencies for CHD 4A, since we don't have a base figure, magkano yun, how many more CHDs did DOH request budget for kahit for 2027 for emergencies programs?
For all po.
For all?
Yes, for all po.
Ah, okay. Okay, good.
We will be requesting that. Actually, nasa pipe na isulat na namin and we have the deadline on January 15 inside the department. So we already requested for those.
Okay. Okay, that's good po. Bukod pa yon sa item nyo for the TIFAFs or covered
Yes,
na yun?
Madam Chair. The TIFAF, the maintenance for the TIFAF is different from the inclusion of the health emergency, crisis emergency or public crisis in health with regards to tourists sa CHD levels. Kasi sila din po yung nakakausap ng mga LGUs, the CHD, our Center for Health Development.
What emergencies are covered by yung CHD ngayon operational pa lang sa 4A through this budget?
Here in what they gave us, they have yan po, jellyfish stings, heat-related conditions, heat exhaustion, heat cramps, heat strokes. So those things that drowning, of course. So yan po yung mga kasama po sa health emergencies in the CHD. CHD4, Madam Chair, yun lang po ang meron.
CHD4A pa lang. Sige po. So, yung mandatory emergency medicines, lalo na sa coastal establishments, updated na po ba yun, yung inventory ng DOH
Yes,
para
Madam
doon?
Chair. So, we updated the one that was given previously. So, sinama na din po namin doon yung epinephrine. Although we want sana po the EpiPen, however, the EpiPen doesn't have yet the FDA approval at this point.
What's delaying it in FDA? Kasi hindi lang jellyfish bite victims ang mga ngailangan. Maaring yung mga may extreme asthma. Yes, yung vulnerable sa anaphylactic shock. So, anong problema sa FDA?
I'm not aware, Madam Chair, but we will get in touch with the DG to check out if there's someone who applied for the EpiPen at this point, Madam Chair.
Kung hindi EpiPen, is epinephrine administrable some other way?
Yes, Madam Chair. Meron po yung naka-ampule siya.
So by injection. Okay. And then, so I'm imagining na dun sa CHD4A simula, and then eventually next year, yung sa 7 unang TIFAFs, bahagi ba ng first aid, basic life support training ay administering the epinephrine via injection?
It is a higher level than the basic life support. Pero po, normally, dapat po skilled health worker ang nag-administer ng epinephrine.
So those would be the DOH personnel
Yes, Madam
deployed
Chair.
in the
Yes, ma'am.
TIFAFs. Okay po. Anti-venom po, stockpiled na rin ba kahit sa provincial hospitals na accessible ang sa tourist establishments?
I cannot say anything about that, Madam Chair, for the anti-venom. Kasi po yung anti-venom natin is through RITM. And at this point, I know they have a problem in the production of the anti-venom. So I'm not that pretty sure if we have a stock readily available. But I will look into it, Madam Chair, and get back to the committee if we have. And if we don't have, we will do for any solution that would be possible, that it will be available at hand at the CHD, Madam Chair, or the provincial hospital, or the DOH hospital, Madam Chair.
Salamat po. So at least the good news is we used to or we are producing our own domestic anti-venom. Would you know what the problem is sa RITM, sa current production?
What I'm aware of is that yung anti-venom po kasi natin, sa horses natin siya equine po kasi. So I know that our horses are not in good space because yung nagpapagamit ng lot ay hindi na rin nagpapagamit na ng lot anymore. Parang something to where the horses will have to stay. But to the nitty-gritty or the details, I'm not that fully aware, Madam Chair.
Paki-update na lang po yung committee when you find out. Ang daming moving parts, no? But
Yes,
yeah,
Madam.
as you know, kasi tagal yun, DOH and DOT are sanay na kayo running long-term programs. If we can bring all of these elements together, then pwede tayo maging mas proactive and mas responsive. Salamat po, Yusek. Then could I ask now the DILG? Sino pong magsasalita for DILG? Ms. Lovesita, kayo po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So, ito, tanong po, to ensure consistent compliance, susuportahan kaya ng DILG ang isang provision dito po sa pinag-uusapan nating Sandy's Bill na gawin yung safety seal certification or a similar safety audit focusing on lifeguards and medical readiness. Susuportahan kaya ng DILG na yung safety seal certification na yon maging mandatory prerequisite para sa renewal ng business permits, at least para sa lahat ng water-related tourism establishments?
Yes, ma'am. Yes po. Actually, the DILG is supporting this bill. And then, may mga, doon sa ating position paper ay nandoon din yung mga, such as yung ating, meron recommendation from the DILG that the proposed bill clearly define the scope of tourism industry-related facilities, particularly for the guidance of LGUs, which are at the front line of regulation and business permitting. So, tingin ko po ay okay naman po yan.
Salamat po. So, dito parang binubuo natin yung picture na
po.
gusto natin yung DOT at DOH in partnership, i-capacitate yung mga tourism establishments, fulfill yung obligasyon through the TIFAFs, through the emergency program ng mga CHD, and bilang incentive din, requirement at first, pero incentive din itong safety seal certification ng DILG. So, kailangan i-capacitate lahat na makapag-comply. Salamat po sa DILG. Could I now ask Dr. Boco? Yes, Dr. Boco. Salamat for joining us.
Hello.
Yes. So, meron po kayong 5-minute presentation.
Yes.
So, Dr. Boco is, of course, the co-founder of the Philippine Jellyfish Stings Project.
Yep. And I think
please
before that,
proceed.
I
Yes,
need
Doctor.
to raise a very important point.
Yes, please.
No government agency, even the RITM or UPPGH, is producing antivenom. So that's the bad thing. In fact, I have just built a research proposal that hopefully could get endorsed by you, so I can submit it to DOST and hopefully start doing it, do the research, hopefully do the trials in the coming years. So yeah, that's the problem. And another thing is that the antivenom needs to be species-based. So we can't use the antivenom that we can get from Australia because they have different species of box jellyfish. And the lethality or the venom itself or the venom profile is also can also vary within the species. So we must use the species that we have here, specifically Chironix yamaguchi that we have just described, and use that in producing the antivenom. And another important point, hopefully the Department of Health is around. So we must know that the box jellyfish stings and other jellyfish stings is not an allergic reaction. It is what happens there is the reaction of the venom in the human body. So we need to note it here that using epinephrine might even be harmful for jellyfish stings. That's why we propose, if we don't have antivenom, which is very expensive, we don't even have it here in the Philippines, is to use preventive measures, and that includes the use of vinegar and other nature-based solutions that I will show you in my presentation.
Salamat, Dr. Boco. The committee really wants to learn the big picture about this, all the possible preventions and all the possible cures. I do remember, nung bata ako, lumalangoy kami sa dagat sa Capiz, nakagat ako ng jellyfish. Talagang binuhusan ako ng tito ko ng suka.
Yes.
Pati yung ihi nung anak ng pinsang ko, na buwisit ako doon. But we really want to see the big picture and make the proper recommendations in our committee report, the preventions and the cures for this. Please
Yes.
proceed with your presentation.
All right. So yes. So my presentation is entitled "Managing Jellyfish Stings in the Philippines Through a One Health Approach." So a lot of the information that I've put in this presentation has already been peer-reviewed, which means that the evidence that we have gathered have already been submitted to other international scientists for approval, and many of them have been already published. And one paper is currently under review, but I'm happy to share the information that we have gathered with my team. And I have to commend Joseph and Christine for helping me brainstorm, and my other colleagues who are in UPPGH and UP Diliman. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the jellyfish sting problem, in our argument, we put that argument in a paper that is under review in a premier international journal called The Lancet. So thankfully, the editorial board, so a lot of them work for the World Health Organization, did not reject our paper, so they have reconsidered it. So we've argued that the jellyfish sting problem in the Philippines is within a cycle. So it's a repetitive, preventable cycle, actually. So what happens is that when a jellyfish sting occurs, so there's perhaps an overreaction, if you will, by even the media and even the government. So the government may put out statements and warning signs without providing concrete, even reactive solutions. And I understand that. That's why we're here in this afternoon. And through time, social events, so you can see in the lower section of the slide, happen. And even these social events fuel or helps us forget the jellyfish sting problem. So once we forget the problem, so we don't remember it now, and then the conditions are set for injury. So because we did not only forget the problem, we did not implement solutions that can actually break the cycle. So what happens is that by partly being forgetful, without the solutions, so this jellyfish sting incident occurs, closing the cycle. And that is the cycle that we would like to break, and hopefully this bill would actually help that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide shows the locations of the deadly box jellyfish that we have compiled for over 10 years in our research. So that has already been published in an international journal. So there are 3 panel figures, so A, B, C. So the triangle and then the circles that you can see are the exact locations of the deadly box jellyfish species. So figure panels B and C show the zoom in, or like the magnified sections of Visayas and then Palawan. So what we can get from these data or figure is that these locations, coastal locations of the deadly box jellyfish, also coincide with coastal communities with low socioeconomic conditions. So a lot of these communities are voiceless or powerless in our society. And apart from that, these locations of the box jellyfish are also important fishing grounds. So this is not, that's why I need to point out, or to get it out here, that the box jellyfish sting problem is not only a tourism problem, but it is also a food security problem, especially that it can also affect the fisher folks. And it is also a bit interrelated because these fishing communities also support the tourism activities in a particular area. The next slide, please. Thank you. So trigger warning, so a lot of these images can be graphic, so you might want to move your head to not. So the slide shows the different effects of the venom of the deadly box jellyfish species. So obviously it is not just an allergic reaction. So you can see injuries. It can actually form welts na parang hinampas ng latigo. So it is really painful, and it definitely requires prompt medical intervention. So the outcomes of the injury can be very diverse, but it may lead to death. So unfortunately, so that's the effect of the venom. And I apologize for the images. So the lower portion of the slide shows the image of the deadly box jellyfish. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we also have a species, other species of box jellyfish that they may not be lethal, but they can induce debilitating or severe symptoms that can actually bring the patient or the victim to the hospital. So we call it the Irukandji syndrome, and the symptoms or the suite of symptoms can include severe pain on the site of the sting. The victim or even the medical doctors, if you are not trained, they may not be able to see the sting of the Irukandji box jellyfish. So one of the remarkable symptom of this is the feeling of impending doom, because yes, the effect of it is really severe, that the victim feels like they would want to die because of how severe the symptom is. So the lesson here is that we do have the other species of box jellyfish that can bring different painful or severe symptoms in the Philippines, unfortunately. And next slide, please. Thank you. So this figure, I know it's a bit daunting if you don't have background in statistics and stuff, but it shows you the prevalence of the observations of the box jellyfish and the jellyfish stings by our interview participants. So the line graph shows you the prevalence of these observations. So you can see in the x-axis of the figure, the x-axis of the figure shows you the month, when the box jellyfish and then the jellyfish stings were observed. So you can see in this figure that there is a bit rise of the observations during April, May, and June. And that rise of observations is because people go out during these summer months or the warm months. However, we need to see that you can still spot box jellyfish or observe box jellyfish even in months that we don't expect them. So the lesson here is that we should not just consider box jellyfish as a seasonal problem, but a problem that might even occur when you least expect it, such as during the months of November and December. So that's the lesson in this image. So the next slide, sorry, thank you. So we need to look at jellyfish as a One Health problem that requires intervention. So when you see One Health, it is not a traditional way of looking at a medical or hazardous problem. So you look at not only the symptoms of the problem, but all the underlying interconnected factors that actually fuel the problem. And for jellyfish specifically, and that includes our access to prompt medical care in a coastal area, and also disaster-related or disaster-relevant measures. So next slide. So in our paper that is under review in the Lancet, we are proposed several One Health interventions. So I am more than happy to share this to the committee. So there are the first. So the image shows different nodes. So the node here on the left portion is shows the overall management of jellyfish stings, specifically for the Philippines. And in the middle nodes show the different major solutions that we can do in the country. So I would like to focus on the universal first aid treatment. So before going to antivenom, so I think we should first focus on universal first aid treatment, and that is what we don't have. So different agencies may have different recommendations, and even UP-PGH and UP Manila, they don't have like a consistent recommendation that can be provided to the national government. So that's one thing. And another important solution that I would like to focus on in the interest of time is having inclusive public awareness campaign. So that includes having warning signs in coastal areas that are written not only in English but in different languages. So because we have different languages, and if our budget in the future will suffice, so we may even put the warning signs using the Braille system for our people with disability that are also marginalized in our society. So there are very many solutions that we can provide, that we can think of, and can actually be doable or can be done in the Philippines. Next slide. Thank you. So there are many nature-based solutions that we can do. So this one is the access of vinegar. So we call them, researchers call them vinegar poles. So the left section of the image is the access of the vinegar in a coastal area in northern Australia, while the figure panel B on the right section of the slide shows the vinegar pole in Thailand. So even in, say, global south countries like Thailand, they have that type of solution. So this vinegar pole can be done. It can be scaled, or it can be spread throughout the Philippines. So even access to vinegar is an important problem here in the Philippines. And although it's a bit cheap, it's still a problem here in the Philippines. And but the good thing here is that we have a cost-effective preventive solution instead of using antivenom, which can have inconsistent effects even in Australia. So antivenom does not always work in Australia, unfortunately, because of the speed of the action of the venom inside of the human body. So the next and last slide is thanks very much. Is having dedicated swimming enclosures in beach resorts or even in areas where people can swim. So even these cheap, low cost-effective solutions, these are already important in preventing or making a barrier against between the box jellyfish and the tourists who would like to swim in a coastal area. And having warning signs as well, so you can see a good warning sign. So all of these images, by the way, are in the Philippines. So the the warning sign here is located in Nasugbu, Batangas. Although it has a strange spelling, but it's already good enough to warn the tourists that they have a jellyfish or box jellyfish sting problem. So that's my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boko. Initially, may nakikita ba kayong touch points between your presentation, particularly on universal first aid treatment and the inclusive public awareness campaigns, and what DOT and DOH have already begun to partner on, those TFAFs and the program for emergencies, including marine emergencies in the DOH regional offices?
Sorry. Yes, I really commend the Department of Tourism and the Department of Health as well for having these sites where they can put first aid stations. So I think it's already a big win, considering the setbacks and the disadvantages that we've had in previous years. So, but I need to reiterate that we must be careful with the applying first aid or even medicinal solutions that can be found in Australia or other countries, because they may not always apply to other countries like Thailand and the Philippines. So, for example, the antivenom, it doesn't work always in Australia. So how much more here in the Philippines when we don't even have a production of that? So we cannot rely on less cost-effective treatment, but we can have preventive measures, and we can leverage them and even spread them to different coastal areas. So yeah, preventive solutions are, I think, the edge that we have right now, and we can use them to leverage against the box jellyfish sting problem.
Thank you, Dr. Boko. And will you or any other members of your team be available for the technical working group?
I am, well, personally, I'm more than happy, but I'm not sure if Joseph and Christine.
Well, the committee will be sending invitations for the TWG, and
yes,
we really appreciate your participation.
Thank you very much. And
Salamat po.
before I finish, I would like to thank the Garovillas family for their advocacy and undying efforts in bringing this big issue into a powerful chamber like the Senate. And thank you very much. And thank you, Senator, for having this platform. Thanks very much.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Boko. And of course, I and everyone around the table join in thanking Sandy's parents. Could we hear now from the Executive Director of the Philippine Hotel Owners Association, and then after him, the representative of the Hotel and Restaurant Association of the Philippines, unless these are the same two organizations. So first, Mr. Bengzon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Philippine Hotel Owners Association is different from the Hotel and Restaurant Association of the Philippines. Just to give you a background, the Philippine Hotel Owners Association is made up of hotel owners, investors, and developers. We have about 220 member hotels and resorts around the country, across different star categories. And I have to emphasize that all 220 member hotels and resorts are accredited by the Department of Tourism. But I also have to mention that while 220 appears to be a big number, this is a fraction of the total universe, because if I'm not mistaken, the total number of accommodation establishments in the Philippines is probably in the 9,000 range, no? Thereabouts.
So mga 2.5% kayo? Okay,
but we represent many of the big ones. I think it's also important to note that out of the 220, half of the hotels are found here in Metro Manila, and the rest are scattered around the country. And among the coastal areas or destinations where we have member resorts include the Boracay, Panglao in Bohol, Mactan, various parts of Palawan, Batangas, and Puerto Galera. We recognize the importance of providing a safe and enjoyable, memorable stay for our foreign and local guests. And among the guests include the children who we recognize must be given extra attention. And as you pointed out, safety is a very important factor. A safe destination is an attractive destination. An attractive destination is a competitive destination. All our hotels, as I mentioned, are accredited by the DOT. They have several measures in place to help keep children safe while they're within the hotel premises. And this includes 24/7 security, CCTV, controlled access to guest elevators, etc. I think what we'd like to emphasize is that for the resorts, which are in the coastal areas, our members operate within a controlled access environment supported by assigned security personnel monitoring public and guest accessible areas. All our operational staff are oriented on child safety and awareness and are instructed to promptly escalate any safety concerns involving minors to resort management. Parents and legal guardians are advised upon check-in and during guest briefings that children must be supervised at all times within the resort premises. We are regulated by the DOT and shall coordinate with the department as our supervising government agency. And as we also articulated during the first hearing, we remain committed to providing adequate and age-appropriate access to health and medical services, and we support the Child Tourist Safety Act, otherwise known as the Sandy Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bengzon. Nanote ko po na half of your members are in Boracay, Panglao, Mactan, Palawan, Batangas, and Puerto Galera. All but 2 of these are already covered or will be covered by the first 7 TIFAFs of DOT and DOH. So sana please take note, yung isang stakeholder who's here representing 220 members, hindi pa lang covered nung first batch ng TIFAFs yung mga nasa Mactan at saka sa Batangas. So para at least hindi kailangan, of course naman, DOT and DOH are not working tingi-tingi, but if it's possible to work with other stakeholders na nag-aggregate na or nag-aggregate na, then it's still slow, it's difficult, expensive, but necessary para makapag-scale for impact. So salamat, Mr. Bengzon, and for the association support for the bill. Sino pong nandito for the Association of Hotels and Restaurants? Or Philippine Hotels and Restaurants Association?
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Attorney Mika.
Yes, Your
Mika
Honor.
Chen. Yes, ma'am. So, you are representing?
The Hotel and Restaurant Association of the Philippines.
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. HRAP fully supports this bill. We believe that the passage of this bill will further improve or strengthen tourism, especially so since it will give the tourists, especially those with children, the confidence or the assurance that whatever happens, the hotels and the resorts are equipped with medical needs, medical equipment that they will need. As also mentioned by the HRAP, also looks forward, Your Honor, to the one mentioned a while ago by the DOT, the TFAP. It will greatly help our hotels and resorts, Your Honor. That would be all for HRAP.
Thank you, Attorney Mika. Sa ngayon po, are you already able to access basic life support training sa association ninyo from any government agency?
from the local government, that we're not, I'm not sure of that, Your Honor, but I will check and we can give data later on, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kayo po, Mr. Bengzon, nakaka-access po ba kayo ng ganong trainings sa association nyo?
On a broader scale, we have a partnership with the DOT. Actually, the training that we offer is related to what we deliberated on earlier, yung unang Senate bill, no, on child safety. So we've run 2 modules already with the DOT. A third one is coming up. It will be tripartite among Philippine Hotel Owners Association, the Department of Tourism, and the Accommodation Establishment Safety and Security Council.
That's a government council, sir.
Hindi po. Ito po ay private, made
okay.
up of the security executives of hotels.
So again, para sa atin na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, and in this case especially the executive, interesting na there's at least a third stakeholder, not in the room, pero may partnership sa isa pang association na baka pwedeng tignan din ng departments paano pwedeng makipagtulungan din sa kanila, both to accelerate and then to scale up yung mga preventive and responsive measures natin for greater impact. Thank you. So at this point, unless may iba pang resource person I haven't been able to call who would like to... Yes, ma'am. Ms. Carolina.
Yes.
From DSWD.
Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues. Good afternoon. We would like to share our support to this bill, the intention and objective of the bill to prevent and mitigate and increase yung capability natin in responding to cases such as what happened to the case. But we've noticed po in Section 8, in the implementing rules and regulation, that there is the mention of the National Authority for Child Care. We would like to inform the committee that the primary mandate of NAC, or National Authority for Child Care, is on adoption. And we would like to recommend, therefore, that the TSWD as the parent organization and NAC being the attached agency be included and replaced in this section, so that you can tap specialist, child protection specialist who has more comprehensive background rather than adoption of children, can provide technical assistance in terms of programmatic aspect and policy development on these laws. We also recommend to include the Council for the Welfare of Children, who's our oversight government agencies, looking and monitoring that all special laws protecting children will be implemented accordingly. In another, yes, Director, in another area, we would like to also to, while we recognize the intent of the bill is to protect our tourists people, we would like also to advocate for the protection of our local people in the community. Therefore, we would like to recommend to expand the coverage of the bill, not only to protect our children. Nagkataon lamang po na yung bata yung na-stung, but it's possible that our fisher folks, which was mentioned by sorry po, malabo yung mata ko.
Dr. Boko.
Sorry po, ayan po, the welfare of our fisher folks, masyado po tayong nakafocus dun sa economic area, capitalizing on the welfare of the tourists people, but we're leaving behind yung humanitarian protection of all the people involved in the community, and of course, the people in this tourist destination. Maraming salamat po, Senator.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Carolina. Salamat din nga through DSWD, salamat sa Council for the Welfare of Children, dahil sinabi nga po ni Yusek Tapales kanina, bagamat hindi namin sila naimbita, they actually submitted a committee report. So the committee is grateful to the Council for that, at i-consider din sa technical working group. And then lastly, salamat dun sa pagbibigay nyo ng pansin tulad ni Dr. Boko sa mga mangingisda natin na nagkakataon, documented na sila yung kasama sa majority population dun sa mga marine tourism areas. And tuloy-tuloy po yung pagsulong ng Senado ng mga batas para sa ating mga sektor sa kanayunan. Kasama na po yung mga mangingisda, lalo na po sa pamumuno ni Senator Kiko bilang tagapangulo ng Committee on Agriculture and Food Safety. But nothing prevents us, lalo na sa TWG, tignan kung saang mga provisions nitong Sandy's Bill na halinawa ay magiging Sandy's Law na relevant banggitin at bigyan ng pagkakilala or papel, no? Tingnan natin sa TWG yung mga mangingisda na tagaroon talaga sa mga marine tourism areas natin. So maraming salamat. So unless there's any other, yes, sir,
Say po.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
po.
Please.
Yes, Senator. So good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, we would like to thank the committee for inviting us and giving us time to share our inputs on the Senate Bill number 559. So I would like to read our
Mr.
draft,
Conti, you are representing...
the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay po. So the PSA would like to express its sincere appreciation and support in the passage of SBN 559, which seeks to prevent, mitigate, and respond to risks affecting children and other tourists visiting the Philippines tourist destination by guaranteeing that they have access to adequate medical and emergency services as well as facilities, medication, and life-saving equipment. Additionally, concentrating on the tourism industry, it reveals that local children suffer the equal or more danger if discovered partaking in tourism-related economic activities. In addition to that, I would like to read our recent statistics in relation to SBN 559. On the registered deaths between 2021 to 2023, it reveals that approximately 30%, or about one-third of annual drowning or submersion fatalities involve children aged 1 to 14 years old. Additionally, drowning was second leading cause of death among children aged 5 to 9 years during this period. So in 2021, 1,056 deaths. In 2022, 1,052 deaths. And in 2023, 1,079 deaths. In relation to economic activity, the Philippine Statistics Authority also have the total number of child labor estimates based from the October 2024 and 2025 rounds of the labor force survey. It revealed that approximately 11,000 child laborers in fishing and aquaculture or engaged in fishing and aquaculture, 6,000 in transportation and storage, that includes postal and sea-related transportation, and 22,000 in accommodation and food services activities. This includes resorts, accommodation, and mobile food service activities. On another table on the ranking of provinces with registered deaths due to drowning under 15 years old, we have the ranking from 2021 to 2023, but I will just rank the latest. So we have Bulacan, which has the most number of drowned under 15 years old, followed by Pangasinan, Nueva Ecija, Cavite, Camarines Sur, Rizal, Negros Occidental, Isabela, Pampanga, Laguna, and in the 10th place is Cebu. Across years, Bulacan and Pangasinan are the top 1 and 2 provinces. And the last table is on the number of registered deaths due to contact with venomous marine animals and plants by place of occurrence from 2021 to 2023. In summary, Quezon and Pangasinan are the top 1 and 2 in 2021 and 2022. While in 2023, the top province is in Pangasinan and in Palawan is the second top province for the registered deaths due to venomous marine animals. So in keeping with our commitment towards fostering data-driven policymaking, the PSA stands ready to provide pertinent data and technical assistance as needed. We are certain that providing timely and accurate information will aid in the formulation of well-informed policies, such as SBN 559. We appreciate the committee's efforts in fostering a collaborative approach to policy development and remain available for any further discussion or clarifications in our data. We will also like to thank the family of Garavillas for advocating this to the Senate and the Senate bill and making sure that this incident would not happen again. Thank you.
Thank you also, Mr. Conti. Pati dun sa mga data na nilalarawan yung isang sinabi ni Ms. Carolina kanina na kahit dun sa sektor ng child labor sa mga fisher folk sector, dun sa mga marine tourist areas din natin, we have children who are vulnerable. Hindi lang dun din sa mga contact with venomous marine animals, pero yun na nga, being subjected to labor conditions kahit habang bata pa sila. So thank you very much. It's important not only for this bill, though also for this bill, lalo ni sinabi niyo yung mga bata na pinagtatrabaho sa mga tourist establishments din, but also in terms of yung general best interest of the child. So salamat po. So, yes, before I call Ms. Sarah, Mr. Abrigado, of course, Philippine Red Cross. Please proceed po.
Philippine Red Cross. Yes, Madam Chair. The Philippine Red Cross, of course, strongly support this Senate Bill 559 or the Sandies Act. But we just have some few observation, baka po makatulong. Number one is the emphasis on medical evacuation. The Section 4 of the bill mentioned means of transport to the nearest hospital, but I think we have to be very specific that it should be an equipped ambulance. And by saying ambulance, it not only include land ambulance, but also sea ambulances and air ambulances. Last December 21, we have an incident in Palawan. An embassy called the Philippine Red Cross for an emergency medical evacuation of a 3-year-old boy stung by a jellyfish. We were able to arrange an air ambulance for the boy, but we were not allowed to transport because it happened at night. So wala daw pong night capacity radar ang ating mga airport para kami ay ma-allow to have the medical evacuation. So I think this aspect of the tourism safety bill should also be looked at, not only land ambulances, but sea ambulance and air ambulance and other medical logistics like yung EpiPen, nabanggit naman na po kanina, which is not available here in the Philippines for anaphylactic shock. Also, Madam Chair, we would also like to emphasize that the Philippine Red Cross provides first aid training. Actually, last year in 2025, we're able to train 157,570 individuals. These are certified trained first aider, and 15% of which comes from the hospitality industry, meaning hotels, restaurants, which is about 23,636 individuals trained in hospitality industry for first aid. Also, the Philippine Red Cross has a lifeguard training. So we help the PCG and DOT in training our lifeguards. In 2025, we trained 3,022 in basic water safety and rescue training, which includes lifeguarding in both in pool and in seas, open sea there. Also, I think that's it for the Philippine Red Cross, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Mr. Abrigado. Dun, very well taken yung sa Section 4. At the same time, in addition to equipped ambulances, land, sea, and air, meron din ba kayong advice, although I hope the Red Cross will be in the TWG, kasi iba't ibang capacity sa ngayon, yung mga LGUs natin, any advice about what a provision could say basic emergency vehicles para lang maitawid yung tao sa mas equipped na whether
Yes.
vehicles or facilities?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, the Department of Health has the licensing capacity for the ambulances. They have categories of land ambulances such as patient transport vehicle, which transports mga stable patient, and then ambulance type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is basic life support and type 2 is advanced life support ambulances.
Salamat po. Yes, Yusek.
Madam Chair, if I may say, the DOH also, with its HFEP funding, the Health Facilities Enhancement Program provides for land as well as sea ambulances. Pero ang problema po with sea ambulances, when we give it to the LGU in charge or to the province in charge, kailangan may marunong maneho ng sea ambulance. But so far, we have given a couple of sea ambulances around coastal areas. Meron na po tayo, Madam Chair, for everybody's information lang po. Air lang po ang hindi natin pa kaya as of now, Madam Chair.
Yes. In addition, Madam Chair,
Yes.
kung meron tayong difficulty with the air ambulances, I think we can have a strong partnership with the Air Force para po kapag kailangan ng emergency medical evacuation in tourist area, especially we are archipelago. So pag kailangan, we can tap maybe the Air Force for such purposes.
Madam Chair, if I may
Yes,
also
Yusek.
say, in Boracay po, we have coordination with the Philippine Army for the air ambulance. However, from the private sector, one of the private institutions already expressed their willingness to have a MOA with any government agency for the air ambulance. So meron na pong nagganon, except that we're trying to work on it kasi late last year lang namin nakuha yung intent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that's good news. I hope ma-maximize nyo talaga po iyon.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just
Mr.
one more
Abigado,
addition.
sure.
Yeah, so section 5 of the bill, it mentioned adequately trained in first aid. So medyo general lang po siya. Maybe in the IRR na lang po yung details. But just an example, in occupational health and safety, it was mentioned that for every 50 employee, there should be one first aid trained. So maybe kailangan din natin ng ganun ka. And also in occupational safety and health law, the definition of a first aider was very ang tawag dito, defined talaga siya as someone who is trained by Philippine Red Cross and the Department of Labor and Employment Certified Training Center. So baka lang po kailangan natin ng ganun ka po. Yan.
Salamat. And kumusta yung 3-year-old boy? Is he okay?
Yes, ma'am. Naka-survive naman siya since hindi kaya ng airlift. We decided to have a midway transport. So, kinuha ng LGU ambulance, sinalubong po ni Red Cross to transport to Puerto Princesa. So, from El Nido to Puerto Princesa is about 4 hours travel. Kaya po kailangan namin ng midway because the oxygen supply of the LGU ambulance would not meet the 4 hours requirement. Kaya nag-midway transport na lang po kami.
Pero at least naging maparaan.
Yes.
So we need to put together a system that is at least at the start 50% institutionalized, 50% maparaan on the way to full I'm guessing, but just for the record, may partnerships na kayo with DOH and DOT sa ganitong pinag-uusapan natin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, HEMB is a partner of Philippine Red Cross, especially in implementing first aid and basic life support training. And also sa DOT naman po, yung sa lifeguard requirement for resorts and hotels.
And you're already working with DOH and DOT dun sa, ano nila, sa pangalan? TIFAFs
TIFAF.
at saka dun sa Region 4A CMD nila?
Not yet, Madam Chair, but actually that's one maybe area of collaboration for both DOT and DOH and Philippine Red Cross po. Baka pwedeng kami yung magtao or whatnot. So that could be a collaboration, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Please explore that. Please explore that po. And ang Red Cross, are you working now with the two associations here? Yung Philippine Hotel Owners at saka yung Hotels and Restaurants?
Regular naman po, Madam Chair, ang patraining ng mga hotel and restaurants because of the occupational safety and health requirement, yes.
Okay, salamat. So at this point, dear colleagues, we'll have the last word from the parents of Sandy, specifically si Ms. Sarah. So this bill began with Sandy, your family, and hindi matatapos sa kanya kasi magiging regalo niya ninyo sa other kids and other families. So maybe you'd like to give a last word also on behalf of Sandy and your family, including maybe kung may reflection kayo, paano nyo gustong magbago, gumanda yung safety culture natin, pati sa tourism as part of Sandy's legacy. So, Ms. Sarah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Risa. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stakeholders and to all the committee members. First of all, thank you po for having us again as resource speakers and of course for refiling po this Sandy's Act coming from the 19th Congress to the 20th. So just to give inputs on what was earlier shared. Yung sa TIFAF, would it be okay if we collaborate with the LGU health centers just so para lang to maximize dun sa property donations?
Yes. Madam Chair,
Yes, you said,
ma'am.
Emily.
We are into that. That's one of our options. If there is no DOH hospital, or we are up to the proximity because we are very much aware of the necessary time for the first aid to be given immediately.
Yan, exactly po. Opo. Thank you for that. And also to give additional input on the pamphlet kasi I have a cousin who's a doctor and she shared to me that pamphlet that you were holding earlier. Thank you for that and thank you for spreading that within the medical community po ba. But we would like to also include suggest to input emergency numbers. Of the general like for example yung toxinology group, if we may suggest also, Senator Risa, if we can include in the TWG yung toxinology group, Philippine Society of Toxinology.
OMSEC, pakinalang po.
Ayan po. Yes, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
it's
you said.
already in the 2027 budget for the DOH to have a dedicated number for the health emergency. Kasi ma'am, wala talaga kaming, really, my office is as young as 2022, so hindi pa siya talaga, hindi yung like old offices like the HEMB, they already have established all their budget and resources. Kami po, we are just starting and we really need all the resources we need so we can implement all of this and moving forward to sustain it in the next years that will come. But whatever po na inyong we are already thinking about it, Madam Chair.
Just so we can complete the Senate bill talaga. And hopefully, yun lang ang dasal namin, we don't want to miss any. just so we can leave our Sandy a legacy. Yun po talaga yung wish namin. For Dr. Boko, we would like to thank you for the learnings you've shared earlier. And for my opinion lang po, if this were discovered and shared years ago, my baby would have been here with us. Baka because of the public awareness, kung nalaman ng marami yon, then it could have made a difference. So thank you for that. Also ito, we would like to emphasize, thank you, Director Magigad, for working with us on the flags, implementing of the flag safety, flags, yung different meanings niya, and the standard size of the warning signages. I have here with me yung sample na we would like to really push for the resorts to strictly implement and not just put into words or writing in a memorandum, but hopefully through the bill, which hopefully ma-promulgate natin into law, maging mandatory na talaga, especially for those locations with sightings of jellyfish talaga. Yan. And it says here it may cause death. So for me, that's an important information to share for the public to know. And what else? For PSA po, we would like to ask for an updated data, including hopefully 2025, kasi we have noted 4 incidents that were documented pa. We don't know yet